There you go.
Getting paid to do it.
Yeah, I suppose worst case scenario from 4 to 5, I can do knitting during the faculty meeting. But you know, maybe like Jonah is on the desk and Yuri's on chat, so hopefully one of them can do something
Yeah.
moderately interesting for a little bit.
Cool. Well, I have the live stream up. So,
Cool.
yes, I will send that.
Nice. I'm gonna copy this to myself so that I can put it out on the Twitters.
Cool. Okay, I am gonna mute because I'm gonna start typing. So.
Okay.
All right. Thanks.
Hey Sarah, do you want the host, I guess when we're on chat, to put up the slides?
Yeah, that works. Do you want me to send you the link?
No, I was just curious of like how we're going to like, you know, what was like that part of the transition. That makes sense.
Yeah. Yeah, that makes sense. Yeah, I guess. It was not one of the things that I had really too much about in trying to get the other stuff done.
Yeah. No, it makes sense. I didn't know because I didn't know if you want to be like kind of seems silly for you to be here the whole entire time. You just clicking slides away.
No, probably not. I can, but
No, I got it.
may not be like 100% on top of it.
Yeah, guys, fine.
It's all good. It's a learning process. Can you guys hear me okay?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay, cool.
And I can see your hands.
Yeah, I've got the Zoom and the YouTube up just in case anybody asks questions. Of course, someone calls. Hang on.
And then I guess my next question would be, do you want us to just do we have up the slide the entire time, or just like in the interim? Granted, it's
In the interim.
Okay.
Yeah, that's what I was thinking anyway.
Okay, cool.
Because then like people can share what they're doing.
Yeah.
But if they want to leave it up and then just have their video on, that works too. Do you want me to just leave this up and stay on until Emily gets back?
No, you can. You mean you probably can go. I mean,
I don't mind. I'm at my computer anyway.
I mean, if you want to leave, you can leave. If you want to stay, you can stay. I guess it's probably going to be us for a little bit, if not the whole day. So I don't think it's outside of like the
You never know. You never know.
Very true. Very true. I saw like the recording. At least I thought I had the. I thought I. Is it 2020? Is it 2020 reading day?
Huh?
The folder. The folder for where that's at.
Let me see. "2020 fall live stream."
There we go.
I'll send it to you.
Slides and schedules. Monday schedule. Boom. I'm on it. Got it.
Okay. I'll send this to everybody anyway, though.
I'm ready now if you'd like to stop screen sharing. Hello. Hello, and welcome to the UTC Library Studios live stream. My name is Emily Thompson. I'm the director here, and I'm going to go over some hand sewing. Please be aware I'm actually at the studio desk. look. So if I get interrupted and have to answer the phone or something, I apologize in advance. And that's also why I'm wearing my mask, because I'm in a public place and that is what we're doing right now. But this is my favorite mask, just so you all know. So in my previous life, I used to be a costume designer. So that means that I know a lot about sewing, not as much as other people. And so today what we're going to do is I'm going to go over 4 or 5 of my favorite stitches. And I've got a little thing that I'm making, which I learned in college, which is how to make a hand sewing sampler. So this is just a piece of muslin cut into roughly a square. And then I used a machine called a serger to make it so that it won't fray on the edges. Nifty little thing. And if you are interested in this and are thinking to yourself about how you would like to do this yourself, we do have a number of these in the studio. So if you are local to Chattanooga and a UTC student and wanted to swing by the studio and get one of these pieces of fabric, I would be happy to give them to you. And we have some extra thread and we have some extra needles. This isn't a special needle. It's just what they call a sharp, which means that it's sharp on the point. So of course, be careful with your fingers. You can get ones that are what are called tapestry needles that have more of a ball on the end. And you really just use those for tapestry work or cross stitching. But yeah, so to thread the needle, of course, you just put it through the thing. And if you're having trouble with this, just so you know, as I am right now, there's a right side and a wrong side to needles, which is interesting. So if you keep pushing it through and it doesn't go, you can flip it over. Or if you have a lot of difficulty with it, because, you know, no shame, some of us just, it's really tiny, right? This is a needle threader and a lot of needles come with them. And so you just take this little end here and stick it through the hole, through the eye. And then it gives you kind of a larger thing to aim for. So you can put the thread through there and then pull it through and then you're threaded. So I'm not going to double up the thread. A lot of times when you think that you're going to sew something, you make sure that you double up the thread. In general, when you're doing hand sewing, you don't want to do that. It's not any stronger and it's just likely to get tangled. So to tie a knot, I'm going to loop it around my finger and then I'm going to roll it down. And then I'm putting my fingernail at the tip of kind of the little roll and pulling it down. And then sometimes you have to pull on the tail too. But that makes a nice little knot. And if you think the knot isn't big enough, you can always do it again. And that makes a bigger knot. And I'm going to use these scissors that I have here to trim that. And you just kind of cut it off. And I'm going to make a little pile of thread over here. And so you want a decent amount, but not too much. And I want you to notice, this is one of my favorite tricks that I learned. It is still attached to the spool because thread is just twisted fibers together. And if you cut it off the spool before you pull it out, it's more likely to get twisted. So if you get tangles a lot of the time, try it this way and it's less likely to get tangled. So the way you got it is you got the longer bit and then you just kind of got this tail. And as you stitch, you can pull it and the tail gets shorter and your thread gets longer. Okay, so to do your basic hand sewing, notice that I got some lines drawn here to make it just a little bit easier to keep it in a straight line because straight lines take practice. So what I do is you come up, we're going to start with a basic running stitch, which is just a basic stitch that will get 2 pieces of fabric together. You see it a lot in like antique quilts or if like you've read the Little House on the Prairie books and Laura talks about stitching sheets together because they came half-sized. She's usually using a running stitch. So it's something that you're going to do for a pretty long seam that doesn't have a lot of pressure on it, not something that people are pulling on. So like side seam of your shirt gets pulled on all of the time, but the side seam of a skirt or a dress doesn't. So, and you just kind of do a quick in and out. I'm going to do 3 stitches and then I'm going to pull. So 1, 2, 3, and pull. And don't pull too hard. You don't want it to get bunchy. Although if you really want to get into hand stitching stuff and you want to do gathers, you also use a running stitch, a bit of a wider one, but a running stitch to gather things together. And that's when you do pull it together and then sew it again. So again, 1, 2, 3, and pull. 1, 2, 3, and pull. And you can see that these are fairly even. That's practice more than anything else. Because practice doing this gets you kind of to the ability where you can see about how big you'd like it to be. And so if you're trying really hard when you're doing this and they're just not quite even, it's practice. So, yeah. 1, 2, 3. I guess I'm technically doing 4. And pull. 1, 2, 3, 4, and pull. When I was in college, we all had to, because I was a theater major, we all had to take costuming class. And so we all had to make one of these as one of our assignments. It was, I think I still have mine somewhere. But it's a really, making one of these little samplers is a really good way to just kind of make yourself practice. And notice I'm going to go and I'm going to smooth it out because, again, you don't want to make it all gathery because that is not what we're doing here. 3 and pull. And I am paying a little bit of attention to the chat. So if you do have questions, please feel free to put them in there. But if you just like to listen while I do this because you're studying in the background, that is also cool. 1, 2, 3, and pull. Now, you do kind of have to be aware, like I've got my finger behind here, and if you're worried about poking yourself, you can use a thimble. At this point, my fingers are pretty calloused, so I just jabbed my thumb because of course that's what we do when we're like, I'm really safe and my fingers don't mind. Oops, now I jabbed my thumb. But as long as you're kind of going at a relatively slow pace, you shouldn't jab yourself too much. But it is sharp. Scissors are sharp, needles are sharp. So just be aware. 3, 4. 1, 2, 4. You don't have to do 4 all the time, whatever makes you happy. You can actually like stack up like 10 if you want, but that's not me. Because the basics are how you want the thing to look at the end. So there we go. So we've done, that's our line of a running stitch. And it's called a running stitch because it's just like, it's one of the faster stitches you can do. So to tie it off, you're going to kind of grab a couple of stitches and then you loop around your needle 3 times. And then again, hold it with your fingernail and pull the needle through. And you're just holding it so that it ends up close to the fabric rather than further along. And that makes a nice little knot right there. And then it's also a good idea to kind of lock it with one more. So I'm going to lock it and put the needle through this loop. And that makes it really sturdy. I'm going to cut with my scissors again. I've particularly brought my pretty scissors for you guys. I inherited all of my grandmother's antique scissors when she passed. And there was one trip on the airline where I looked like a weird scissor serial killer because there were like 10 pairs of scissors in my suitcase. All right, so again, I'm going to do another, I still have plenty of thread. So I'm going to go ahead and do another knot. So again, grab it. So this is the other way that you can do it. If you don't want to loop around your finger, you can also do similar to what I did before, 3 times around the needle, kind of tighten it down and then hold it and pull it through. That tends to get a little bit closer to the end. But of course, the correct way to tie a knot is the way that gets a knot. These are just faster. Hello. So I'm going to take a pause real quick and help someone out at the studio. So I'm sorry about this. So now you can all live see the hazards of multitasking. But anyway, so the next thing we're going to do is what's called a back stitch. So a back stitch is kind of the closest thing we have to what a sewing machine does. It's really a nice solid stitch if you need to fix something. So like if your side seam splits or a seam at the bottom of your sleeve or any of those, and you just need to fix something real quick, the back stitch is the way that you want to go. And it's kind of like the running stitch, except instead of going this way, you're kind of going ba ba da ba ba da ba. So you go back. It's 2 steps forward, 1 step back. So I'm going to start here just like a regular running stitch. I'm going to put it in and put it there. But instead of being satisfied with this, I'm going to go back kind of through the first hole that I made. So, and then I'm going to come out just in front of the stitch. So it looks like that. And then I'm going to pull it and get things caught, which is one of the hazards of working with thread. And then again, through the hole. So you go forward and back, and then in front. And again, sharp needles, don't poke your fingers. And back, and in front, and down, and in front. And again, you don't want to pull, you want to pull just hard enough to keep them taut, but you don't want to pull so hard that it like bunches up. So, yeah. And then we go back and in front. And oops. And this is, of course, the problem with not having it doubled is sometimes you'll lose your thread. So keep kind of an eye on that. You kind of have to keep an eye on all the things. There we go. And forward and back. And the nice thing about this is this, so you didn't double your thread before, but this essentially doubles your stitches. And it means that everything gets sewn through twice. And if one comes out, then they won't all come out at the same time. So it's less likely, like if you just put the running stitch together and one of these stitches breaks, everything will fall apart again. But if you do a back stitch and one of them comes out, it's a bit stronger, so it won't all fall out on the dance floor or whatever, or on your hike, or wherever you happen to be, where you don't want things to come across. So forward and back, and forward and back. And I probably should have gotten a new thing of thread, but this way I can at least show you what happens if you run out of thread before the end of your seam, which is not a big deal, because it's better to have a shorter piece of thread that did not get knotted than a longer piece of thread that you have to untangle and then end up cutting anyway. So there we go, and forward and back. So you want to make sure that when you need to stop, you get to complete the stitch like this, and you have enough thread left so that you can tie a knot easily, because thread is cheap. So I'm going to go on the back, and this is what the back looks like. So you can see the difference between the running stitch and the back stitch, which has a lot more loopiness there. But if it's too loopy, then you need to tighten up your thread. So instead of going through the fabric, I'm just going to go through the thread to tie the knot. Again, 1, 2, 3, hold with your fingernail and pull out. And then again, it's a good idea to kind of catch it so that you've got an extra knot there, help prevent things from getting unraveled. And then just cut it off. And then you can get more thread. So again, leaving it on the spool so that it doesn't get quite as twisted. And then tying a knot. You can see that I use the different technique based on whether or not I can actually pull a needle through that. So get a good length, but not too long, and cut it off. And then you just kind of start it up again. So you go a little bit forward. And then go back through where the other hole was. And then on your front fabric, it doesn't really look like anything happened. You can't really even tell because it's the same color thread. So again, longer threads are more likely to get tangled. So it's better to have a shorter piece of thread and have to tie a knot than it is to have a really long piece of thread and have to untangle it as you sew, because untangling thread can get annoying, as I'm certain you will learn when Sarah does embroidery right after me, because that also involves thread. So the nice thing about hand sewing is if you don't have access to a machine, you can, if your clothes like break a little bit and it's like, oh, it's such a shame, I liked that shirt, but now it has this tiny problem, but I don't know how to fix it. And so hand sewing is a great way to get things temporarily fixed until you can get to a sewing machine. Or honestly, you know, once upon a time, all of our clothes were hand sewn, so they'll still last longer. And you might not need to go to a sewing machine, but it can help you make things last longer, which is what I like to do. I don't like to throw away my clothes. I like to keep them way longer than I probably should. So in and back and forward and back and forward and back and forward and back. I'm keeping my stitches at a little bit less than about 1/4 of an inch. You can try and do, if you want to be really delicate and do tiny stitches like you hear when you read books, they talk about how tiny their stitches were. Tinier stitches hold better. Larger stitches are faster. Kind of the stitch that holds it is the right stitch, but you don't want to go much bigger than about 1/4 of an inch or 1/2 centimeter, because otherwise that's just going to be too big and it creates holes. So like if you hem your pants and everything's about 1/2 an inch apart, it makes it easier if you're wearing high heels to actually step into the hem and rip it out, and then you have to go and fix it again. So I wouldn't go smaller than about 1/4 of an inch. And like I said, this is a little bit smaller. It's probably like, I don't know, 3/8, something ridiculous. No, it's not. 3/8 is way big. 3/8 is bigger. It's probably somewhere between 1/8 and 1/4 of an inch. And the main goal is to keep them as easy as possible, as even as possible. And once again, that is just practice. One of the things that I've noticed about sewing is it does teach you how to kind of eyeball certain measurements, which is how I know this is a little bit less than 1/4 of an inch, because I know what 1/4 of an inch looks like. You'll immediately learn 5/8 of an inch, because that is what sewing machines, or what is standard seam allowance in America. And you'll have markings on sewing machines that tell you how to do that. And seam allowance is the amount that you have left over on the inside of your garment so that you can sew it together. And here we are at the end. So there we go. And again, I'm just going to tie a quick knot. In general, try and tie the knots on the back, just because knots are not as pretty as stitches. 2, 3, go. And one more little knot to secure it. And we're good. So there we go. We've got our running stitch and our back stitch. All right, so the next one we're going to do is, it's called a felling stitch, and we'll go back and do a prick stitch if we have time, but I'm going to make sure that we have time to do the felling stitch. So the felling stitch is also called a slip stitch or a whip stitch. And it's a really good one if you're hemming things. So like if you have a nice pair of pants and the hem falls out, this is the stitch you would use, one of the stitches you could use to fix it and get more use out of that. So again, tying a knot, wrapping it around my finger, rolling it down and pulling it out. And trimming. And there we go. There we go. And keeping a decent length of thread. And all. So if you do pick up one of these little sampler things that I've done, you'll notice that I've actually pressed them. So we have a way for them to kind of mimic a hem. And so this would be where this is the bottom of your pants right here, and then it folds over, and then you've got the edge right here. So again, you start, you just kind of pull it up, and you're kind of going a little bit back. You can go forward, but this is the way that I prefer to do. And you're just going to grab just a tiny bit from the front, because your goal is to have it not show very much. And then you grab just a tiny bit here, and then through the same one. And then like this. And like this. And so it's really a quick stitch. And you can, to me, it just looks like whips, which is why I call it a whip stitch. But on the back, you'll see that you just have these tiny little dots, which don't show very much. And so if the fabric matched the thread, you wouldn't be able to see it really at all. Again, making sure that you don't pull it too tight, because you don't want it to be like bumpy and weird. You don't want your hem to look like that. So, and like this. So again, the front fabric, just 1 or 2 threads, and then through the fold, and like this, through the fold. And again, this is where you don't want to get much bigger than this, because it's really easy to get your foot caught in it. And if you get your foot caught in it, that's when you have that horrible ripping sound where your pants aren't actually damaged, but now your hem is hanging on the floor, and that's not good for your pants. So, and through the front facing, just 1 or 2, and catch. And what this was originally used for is, so you can see the edge of this is a serger, which if you look on the inside of your clothes, you'll see a lot of things that are serged like this, because it means that the fabric won't fray. But once upon a time, they did not have sergers. And so they would fold over the edge, and then they would actually lie this down, which is why it's called a felling stitch. And it kind of hides all of the fraying fabric on the inside of the seam so that you don't see it, and it's less likely to fall apart and makes your clothes last longer. So if you want to do like fancy home sewing, you can fell your stitches. I usually just use a serger because it's faster. But sergers are expensive, and a friend of mine was trying to get one, and apparently after home brewing and sourdough, a lot of people moved on to sewing. So a couple months ago, it was incredibly difficult to get a serger because everybody wanted one. So they are not necessary. They're just kind of a nice machine to have. But you can always do a felling stitch. Yeah. So we're just going through top stitch and pull, top stitch, 1 or 2 threads, and pull, get a little bit more thread, and go through, and pull. I'm always grateful to know how to do stitches like this, because you know, the most common repair I need to make on my clothes is when the hem falls out of my pants or the hem falls out of a skirt. And so this is a really quick and easy way to do it. It can take, I've gotten fast enough that if I need to rehem a pair of pants, it only takes me about 15 minutes. Of course, part of that is making sure that you press it, because then you don't have to deal with pins as much, and pins take more time. The other thing that this is handy for is if your pants are too short. I have very long legs. I'm what's called high-waisted, which means that my waist is, basically it means I'm more legs than torso. And so a lot of times I will buy pants and they will just be a little bit too short, but they're not quite short enough to be cute and cropped. They're just short. So what you can do is you can take the hem out, because there's usually a couple inches of fabric depending on how expensive your pants were, but cheaper pants will have at least an inch there. And what you can do is you can actually use a back stitch to sew a ribbon right at the edge of the pants, and then fold up about 1/4 of an inch. So there's 1/4 of an inch of fabric and the ribbon, which creates a new hem. And it's kind of hard to explain. I can maybe draw a picture in a minute what that looks like. But it lengthens it and gives you a new thing. And you can't just like turn over 1/4 of an inch on the bottom of your pants, because you need to have weight at the bottom of your pants to make them hang properly. So that's what the ribbon does, is it gives it a little bit of weight. And I like grosgrain ribbon. I've also used bias tape. And these are both things that if you go to the fabric store and say, the weird lady on the internet said that you need to get bias tape, they will take you over to the place and there will just be dozens of colors, and it will not be hard for them to know what you want. Grosgrain ribbon is just a little bit prettier than bias tape. Bias tape is a little bit cheaper. And if you get the inch wide bias tape, that hasn't been eaten up by all of the mask makers. So here we go, and through and pull, and through and pull, and put it through and pull, and put it through and pull, and put it through and pull, and pull, pull. And here we are at the end. And again, I'm going to push it through, do a quick little knot, and pull it out, and anchor. And there we go. So, and that's what that looks like. So you can see that it looks like little waves a little bit. And then on the back, and this is why it's so good for hemming, is because you just got these tiny little dots. And again, if your fabric matched your thread, you would be less likely to see them, which would be nice. And as long as you don't pull it too tight, it's going to be almost invisible. So yeah, that is your felling stitch. And so what I'm talking about with the pants, because I feel like I got kind of complicated. So if these are your pants and they're the inside of the pants, so you can see where the hem is here. So you tear that out, and then your pants are longer. And then, but you kind of have a line where the seam is, and you can press that out, and it's a good idea to use a little bit of vinegar and water and then steam it really hard, and that'll help get that press out. And so then you would attach a ribbon about 1/4 of an inch here. So if you folded it up by 1/4 of an inch, and then you attach the ribbon, the ribbon would look like that. And then you hem it right here. You just increased your length of your pants by about 1 inch. So if you see really cute pants that are just a little bit too short at Target, that's how you fix it. All right. Oh, I almost lost my needle. All right, so the next one we're going to do is my personal favorite hemming stitch. It's called a catch stitch. And I just like it because it's a little bit prettier, and it's just fun. So again, threading my needle and tying my knot by rolling around my finger and then rolling down and pulling it. Now I've got a pile of threads that is like in my scissors, which is keep your pile of threads away from your scissors. Every now and again when you're sewing, you're like, why do I not have 3 hands? So got my thread ready. The catch stitches, again, it's a really nice little hemming stitch. I'm going to flip this over and use this one right here. And if you've got a fold, you can always put your knot inside the fold because you're like, I'm fancy. So you pull it up and then you go up here and it's a little bit wider and you're actually going to pull your needle so that it goes backwards. And again, just catching a couple of threads. And then I'm going to catch this one. That goes forward. And then this one goes backwards. Yep. And you don't want to loop it under your other thread. That causes knots. And again, backwards. And it kind of makes like these little X's, which is really fun to me. And go backwards. And then backwards. And so you can see that it's kind of starting to make these little X's as you go. And this is one that like, I think I actually kind of prefer to do left-handed, so I should have gone the other direction, but it's too late now. So, because it doesn't really matter. This is the nice thing about hand sewing is that it doesn't really matter if you're right or left-handed, but sometimes it's easier to start at the other end. So I'm gonna go just catch, don't loop around the thread, and just catch. And I can catch a little bit more on the inside because it's not going to show. But no. We're down to the end of the roll of my spool of thread, so everything's a little bit more twisty. And again, like the whip stitch, you're not having very many stitches show on the other side, which is the goal because you don't want people to see where you hemmed it. Hems are supposed to be magical. Catch. Catch. When I go the other direction, I don't have as much of a tendency to loop into the thread. So get it there. But this is my favorite one. Like if you've got a sleeve of a jacket, this one works really well because it just has a tiny bit of stretch. And so, you know, when you move your arm, sometimes you need the lining or your arm to be willing to take a little bit of give, I guess is how you would put it. So one of my projects over Christmas is I have this coat that I love and I'm going to take the lining out and put a new lining in. And so when I attach the sleeve lining, I will use this stitch. I also like it to hem pants mostly because I just like it. I find this particular stitch very relaxing to do. Although it does leave bigger holes, so you need to be aware of it if you're using it on the hem because like I said, can you tell that I often catch my hem on my shoes? Just facts. A little bit backwards. Backwards. What did you do there? Weird pulling. The nice thing about hand sewing is you can just kind of go in with your needle and grab the stitches and kind of move them along. It's a lot easier to kind of fix, as long as you catch it when you do it. If you've gone if you finish the whole thing, you can't go back and fix something in the middle. So, yeah. So catch. And catch. And catch. And catch. And catch. This is a nice thing to do when you're watching TV because it gives you something for your hands to do that isn't too difficult. I also like to darn socks, which is like advanced hand sewing. So maybe I'll add that to the list for tomorrow, because I'll do some sock darning tomorrow evening for you. I have a pair of socks that I like that have holes in the heels. This is my entire life, is trying to avoid throwing away clothing, which is good for the environment and good for the soul and keeps me busy. So there we go. Catch. 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 A lot of what makes this kind of its special thing is the going backwards. And that also makes it a more secure stitch because it's kind of like a mini little back stitch, except through through a hem. Oops. No, let go, let go. And catch. And catch. And there we go. We are now at the end. So I'm going to tie a knot. 1, 2, 3, and pull, and anchor stitch, and oops, there we go. So just to differentiate, that's what a felling stitch looks like. And then the catch stitch has like these little X's in it as you go. But both of them, that's the catch stitch on the back, and that's the felling stitch on the back. Very similar to what the front of the fabric would look like. It's just these little tiny dots that are fairly invisible. All right, so the next thing I'm going to do is I'm going to show you how to sew a button back on. There are inherently two different kinds of buttons. They're the ones that have like the little thing on the back. That's called a shank. And so if you've got a shanked button, they're really easy to get back on because you just go through the shank. But with these, they don't have a shank, and that makes it a little bit more difficult because you have to make a shank. And if you don't make a shank, it's too tight to the clothes, and so it doesn't let the thing that you're buttoning on have enough room to fit underneath it. So this is the one time that I do use double thread. Well, I actually use quadruple thread. So I'm going to cut it off before I go. It just means that you don't have to stitch as many times on the button. So if you're lazy, this is what you do. So I've got the two ends that are kind of together. And in this case, I'm actually going to use my little threader thing and put it through there. And put them both through. You want to keep the ends together. Otherwise, it's going to be messy later. And again, it's probably going to get twisted, so you guys can see what that looks like. But yeah. But with buttons and hooks and other fastenings, you do actually want to use double thread. That's the only time that you do, because you're trying to get more done more quickly. So here I've got 4 strands of thread here and a knot. I'm going to take my button, and I think that the round side is what I want to have up, although you get to decide. So you can see like one side is a little bit flatter than the other. So I'm going to put the flat side down. And so to do this, you need something to kind of stick underneath there as you get practice. I like a toothpick, but of course I forgot to grab something today. So you want something that you can pull out is the problem. Because obviously, like if I were trying to use like this keychain here, it's about the right size, but I would then sew the keychain to my thing, and that is not what we're going for. So, but once you have some practice, you just kind of hold it a little bit up, and then you go through the things. And notice that I am not doing an X. The X is not actually stronger. It's more of just a decorative choice. It is a little bit easier for machines to do it though. So that's why most of your clothes have the X on it. And it's also one of the reasons why your buttons fall off your clothes. So see that I've got a little bit of give there, and that's about what you want. So I'm going to go through both sides, and I'm going to do both sides twice. And again, making sure that I don't pull it too tight. We want it to be loose and wiggly. And then put it through. And this is the problem with using quadruple thread, because now one of them is longer than the other, and I don't know why. So I have to be on the other side, pulling them individually to figure out which one that was, and then pulling it back to make sure I have enough room. So that right there is why you don't double up your thread for regular hand sewing. And then you pull this here. And then you go through again. But this time I'm not going all the way through. I'm just going to go through here, and then you take it, and then you go around in a circle, and that makes your shank. So that if you were to button something, it would have enough room to kind of move. And it means that when you button something, you're not pulling on those threads all of the time. It's keeping you going. Or when you put, if it's too tight, every time you button it, it pulls on those threads and it makes them more likely to fall off. Whereas if you've got the shank, it doesn't pull on the button and it's going to stay there for longer. In a nutshell. So there we go. All right. And now it's secure. And you can cut it off. And there we go. There's our button with its, oh no, extra thread, but it also has a thread shank right there. So it's a good secure button. Well, it's not because I did that there, but you know, in theory, that wouldn't be there. So, but we have 14 minutes left, so I'm not going to undo it. But I'm going to show you one more stitch, which is kind of a cousin to the back stitch. It's like, if you thought the felling stitch was a little too complicated or you weren't quite sure what to do, we're going to show you the prick stitch, which is like a back stitch, except you don't see as much on the other side. Flip that down, tighten out. This is the trick. If your thread is tangled, you can always like let it hang. And the needle will spin it out and it'll be less tangly, which is nice. All right, so the back stitch, if you remember, is this one. Really good for sewing things together. The prick stitch is really similar, except instead of taking a really large stitch, you just take a little one. So you come up, and instead of doing like a full 1/4 of an inch, you do just like an itty bitty thing, just a couple of threads. And then you take a big stitch in the back. And you take an itty bitty one. And again, I'm going backwards. And you take a big stitch in the back. And then there's an itty bitty one. And then a big stitch in the back. So you don't really see it on the front, but you do see it on the back. And again, this is another one that's good for like sewing a seam together. It basically does the same thing as a back stitch. It works great as a hemming stitch. where instead of a whip stitch, you can do this instead of like having it be on top of, so this is kind of on top of where the two things meet. It would be down here where, and then just leaving this open a little bit, which again, the correct stitch is the stitch that gets it done. But the main thing is that you can't see it, or you can't see it as much. Yeah. But it's a good quick dirty hemming stitch, quick get stuff together sort of stitch. Or if you needed to sew a patch on something and you didn't really want to see the sewing around the edges, the prick stitch is a good one for that. Although visible mending is now a huge thing. But this is slightly more invisible mending. This is one of my favorites because I'm pretty fast at it. And again, you can see I'm a little bit less than 1/4 of an inch. Don't want things to be too big. You don't want to be able to get your foot caught in it or your fingers or anything like that. There's nothing worse than having your fingers caught in a sleeve hem when you're trying to put clothes on and then you can't figure out why your hand is not coming out the end of your sleeve. Apparently getting dressed is somewhat traumatic for me. I hope it's less traumatic for all of you when you get dressed in the morning. So here we go. Tiny stitch. So you can see this is another one that I kind of like to do vertically, much like the catch stitch. Apparently I prefer to sew this way rather than this way. But again, the way you hold it is the way that works for you. So I started sewing, I think I sewed my first garment. I hand sewed a bathrobe for a doll I had when I was about 9. And then I really started to sew when I was in college, because again, I was a theater major and everyone was required to take costuming. So everybody had to learn. And like, I'd already known a little bit because my mother was a sewist and made a lot of my clothes as a kid. And that one's too big, but so I find it really relaxing to know how to sew my own clothes. I also really enjoy the fact that a lot of my clothes, when people say that they like it, I know that there's nothing else like it because I made the only one. And so here we go. But we all have to have our hobbies. And it was also particularly useful this summer when we all decided we were going to wear masks, and I was able to make masks for myself and a number of other people. And tomorrow at, I think it's 3, I will show you how I make those masks. The nice thing about hand sewing, my favorite thing about hand sewing, is it just means that you can take 2 pieces of fabric and make them into 1 piece of fabric, almost like magic, and without using glue. That was the rule at college, was that we always had to hand sew things, and we were not allowed to use glue because theaters have to be thrifty places. And if it is sewn together, you can take it apart and it will look almost like it has not been used. Whereas if you glue it together, then it's glued together forever. So but if you sew it together, it can be something else again later. And oops. This is why you put your button on last, is because the thread gets around the button. So there we go. And here we go. And a tiny piece. And a tiny piece. And then we go ahead and we do a knot at the back. And here we go. 1, 2, 3. And pull. And stitch to hold it. And we cut it off. All right, so there we go, folks. We've done up at the top, once again, it's a running stitch where you just kind of go through in and out, trying to keep them all relatively even. Good, quick way to fix things or to hold things while you sew them again. Then we did a running stitch, or then we did a back stitch where you put it up and then go back And so in the back, it starts to look like that, whereas the running stitch looks the same on the front and the back. You can see how they kind of loop together. And then this one below it is a prick stitch, which is like a back stitch, except the back is much smaller. So you don't really see it at all at the front. But on the back, you can see that it's kind of looped together. And then we did our felling stitch or whip stitch, which is a really great stitch to hem your pants or hem a skirt. And then we did my favorite, which is a catch stitch. And the nice thing about the catch stitch is it has a little bit more ability to stretch, whereas the felling stitch, so yeah, the felling stitch is like, no, but the catch stitch is like, what's up? We can work together. So the catch stitch is really good for pant hems, but it's also nice for sleeve hems. And then we did our button, which I messed up a little bit with its thread shank. And so that is my demonstration of hand sewing. We have about 6 minutes before the next person's going to come in. I am paying attention if you'd like to ask any questions. But, well, I just realized that the YouTube one is a little bit behind, so we don't really have 5 minutes. We have a little bit less. But thank you all very much for viewing. And I'm going to let Wes put up the slide for the next thing, which I believe is embroidery with Sarah Cantor. Thank you all very much for watching, and good luck with your finals. You guys are going to do great. Thanks.
Hi, I'm here. Oh. Hi, I'm here. I'm going to do some embroidery. My name is Sarah Cantor, and I'm one of the studio librarians. And if you just saw Emily doing some hand sewing, you're already like half prepared for this, which is embroidery. It's also sort of hand sewing, but it's a little bit more decorative. And I'm going to start from the very beginning, and I'm going to trace out a pattern and start working on it. So I'm using this book called The Modern Embroidery Studio, and it has lots of patterns in it, but you don't have to use a pattern from a book. There are kits that you can get. I have one as an example. So if you just want to get started with embroidery, you can also buy kits like this, which come with the fabric. This one comes with the fabric, the hoop, the embroidery floss, and I think the needle. Yep, it comes with a needle. So it has everything you need to get started except scissors. I'm going to do a different pattern today. And I'm going to do this little pattern of a sleeping fox. So the first thing you need to do is start gathering your materials and use this as a bookmark. And so obviously you need fabric. I'm using just a scrap of a linen fabric. It might be a linen blend. I don't know. It's fabric that I had. A lot of times I like to use, if I'm buying fabric, I like to use what's called a fat quarter, and you can get them at like craft stores, and they're just little pieces of like quilting fabric. They're usually 100% cotton, and they work really well for embroidery. They're really easy to use, and you don't have to buy a huge piece. It's a quarter of a yard, and it works really well for most embroidery uses. But today I'm using this scrap that I had. You also, unless you're just totally freehanding something, you need a way to get your pattern onto your fabric. There's different ways you can do this. If you buy one of those kits, you can get the fabric with the pattern printed right on it, or you can use tracing paper and what's called a heat transfer pen. So you can iron the pattern onto your fabric, but I'm going to just trace my pattern using a marker, and this is a heat erasable marker, so it works really well for this, or honestly any other kind of fabric thing that you're making, because all you have to do is, well, as long as you can iron the fabric, all you have to do is iron it and the marker goes away, so you just have your stitches left over. You don't have to worry about the marker showing through. This is especially important for me because honestly, even with tracing, I'm not that good at drawing stuff, especially circles. It gets messy, and I can just make it disappear with the iron. If for some reason you need it to come back, I've heard that putting whatever you're writing on in the freezer brings back those original pen or marker marks. So if you ever needed to get that back, you could still do that. You also need an embroidery hoop. This one actually might be a little bit big for the project I'm working on, but that's okay. It's the one that I have close by. These come in all kinds of different sizes, and you use them to hold your fabric tight while you're stitching. You also need embroidery floss. So this is an example. This is just some of the floss that I have, and it comes in these things that are called hanks. And I like to a lot of times put them on these guys, which are called bobbins. They come in plastic or paper, like sort of a cardstock weight. And it just helps keep things a little bit neater, but you don't have to do that. And then of course you need needles. So I have a bunch of needles in here. This is a little sewing kit that I have, and I use it to hold on to my scissors. These are my embroidery scissors, my needles. So here's just one example. Well, where's my camera? There it is. One example of a needle. I also have a thimble in here, a seam ripper, a threader. If you were watching Emily's live stream on hand sewing, she talked about threading needles. And when you have a needle with a really tiny eye, using one of these threaders can be very helpful. Oh, it has this little piece of metal at the end that's hard to see on the camera, but you put that through the needle and then put your thread in it and then pull it through. And then I also have, it's very magnetic, so it has all the needles and pins stuck to it. Oh my gosh. But this is called a needle minder, and you can just put it onto your fabric and it holds onto your needle because it's magnetic. And that's something that I just got recently and it's awesome. But that's not something that you need if you're just getting started. All right, so I'm gonna get started. Actually, you know what? I'm gonna use the package that I have because I can start that right now. And you don't have to watch me trace and then get frustrated. So this will work better. I'm gonna just work on this so you can just see what it's like. And again, these are really easy little kits to get started with. Like I said, it comes with an embroidery hoop. Has the floss, like I said, when you buy it, it comes like this, but it doesn't have to. And it even comes with a needle on the back, although I think I'm going to use one of my own needles because this one's a little bit long for my taste. It comes with instructions. So this tells you how to make your stitches, and that can be really helpful, but it also, you don't have to follow it. So like I've used these kinds of kits before. They're just a fun thing that you can get done in a weekend. But a lot of times I don't really like the instructions. And that's just a reminder that just because you get a kit of something and it has instructions, you don't ever have to follow them. You can do whatever you want, especially when it comes to making things like embroidery or, you know, other things that you make by hand. And so now I'm going to take, again, this is my fabric and it has the pattern right on it. And if you wanted to, you could even trace this onto different fabric. You don't have to. And so I'm going to put the fabric on my embroidery hoop. And I think I did this off camera. So just to see how it goes. This is the embroidery hoop. It comes apart. Some people actually don't know that until they start embroidering. And you have this inner hoop and then this outer hoop. And this screw tightens and loosens. So you take the inner hoop and you put the fabric on top of it like this. And then you put the outer hoop over that. And mine isn't quite centered, but that's okay because you're going to end up moving it around anyway, or at least I do. And you can because this outer hoop comes off. And so now I'm just going to tighten it. Making it really tight because again, this holds your fabric tight so you can make your stitches and you can keep your stitches nice and even. All right, so now I have my fabric on the hoop and I am going to use these instructions just to use the colors because I do like the colors on this. I don't think I need to change those. And on the inside, it tells me which colors to use where. So now I'm going to take my darkest blue, which is this one right here. And one of the things that I don't like about these kits, and it's because they're supposed to be really quick and easy to do, they tell you to use a certain number of strands in your embroidery. So this is embroidery floss. And it is actually 6 different pieces of string or thread. This is probably the better way to put it. I think string is usually multiple pieces of thread that are wound together. And embroidery floss, as far as I know, always comes with 6 strands. And a lot of times in these kits, they'll tell either because they're beginner kits or because, you know, in this case, it's meant to be done in a few hours or, you know, certainly over a weekend. They'll have you use a lot of strands of the thread, like sometimes all 6. And I don't like that personally. It's not my favorite. I think it just doesn't look quite as finished to me. And so I'm gonna take 2 strands of thread. Or should I do 3? This wants me to use, I think, all 6. Yeah, it wants me to take 3 strands and then double them. And, you know, I hate to just keep referring back to Emily's live stream, but because I know Emily was talking about this when it comes to hand sewing. And just like with hand sewing, you totally can take your thread and use it doubled like this. And sometimes you actually need to in embroidery, but that tends to make it more tangled more easily. So I'm going to just take 3 strands, which is going to be what this kit wants me to do. And then I'm going to embroider with 3 strands. And it's going to look a little bit neater, I think. And see, I've already gotten this all tangled up. Not to comment on like the quality of the thread, but this is not as high of a quality of thread, I think, as you can sometimes get. But so instead, I'm going to cut it short just so I can get them separated a little bit easier. And you don't really want to use such long pieces of thread anyway, because again, they get tangled. And you can always, always, always go back and add more and, you know, rethread your needle and get your project done that way. And just take a different piece because I definitely also have more thread here than I need. Partly because they want you to use larger amounts of thread, but they also just give you extra. I've actually gotten some of these kits before. Again, like I said, it's just nice. It's a nice project if you're traveling because it comes with everything you need, or, you know, if you just want something quick and easy, or you don't want to draw out the pattern like me. And I've actually found that a lot of times they'll give you like at least twice as much thread as you actually need to finish the project. So you can like do it twice if you have some extra fabric. Before you start stitching, you can actually trace the pattern onto some more fabric and then have 2 versions of it. And you can, like I said, you can reuse that embroidery hoop. You can also use the embroidery hoop to display it. So I like to do that. I like to display embroidery projects in the hoop that I made them in. You just kind of tighten the fabric around the back. And if you want something more permanent, you cut a piece of like craft felt that you can get at any store that sells crafting supplies, even I think Walmart and Target. And you cut it and then super glue it, or not super, sorry, hot glue it to the back. And that just provides a base so that it displays really nicely. All right, so now I have 3 strands of thread. And I'm going to get one of my needles because like I said, I don't really like the needles that come in these kits. And this one's a little bit bent, but it's going to do the job. Straighten it out a little. Sometimes that happens just from like holding the needle too tight. But anyway, this is the needle and it's really small and thin. And then you just have to get your thread into that eye. And since you're using 3 strands, this is one of those times where sometimes it can be harder to get it through the needle. And so I'm going to use my threader. These come in sewing kits. You can buy them separately too. This one I think came from a sewing kit that I got from my grandfather. You know, the kinds that you get at like hotels or in the mail. My grandfather always used to get so many of those like free things from places that wanted him to give money, and he would just give them to us as gifts. And the threader has really come in handy. Right, so now I have my threader through the needle. I put my thread through the threader, and now I just have to pull the threader through the needle. And oh gosh, it doesn't even want to come through this way. There it goes. See, and then you just pull it through and take the threader off. All right, so now that I have my thread through the needle, I'm going to put a knot in one end. And it doesn't have to be a fancy knot. Just once around the finger. Once around the finger, and then pull it through. I know that there's other knots that you can make for this kind of stuff, but I don't know them. And then I'm going to just trim off the end. Not too close to the knot, but about maybe 1/4 of an inch away. And then I am going to start stitching. And so I'm going to use a stitch that's called the satin stitch. I'm actually going to move this down because this color goes at the top. You have to sometimes adjust where your fabric is. And then I like to give myself some extra space between the edge of the hoop and where I'm stitching. So I don't have it right up to the edge. You can see here, there's some space. And then when I'm done with this, if I want to display it in the hoop, then I can center it because the pattern has this circle around the edge. So you know where it goes within the hoop. Now I'm just retightening. All right, now my fabric is nice and tight and I can start stitching. And this is honestly very easy. All you really need to do to know how to embroider is just do essentially one stitch in different ways. So for this, let me see if I can tilt this down. Perfect. Okay, so now you can just watch. All right, so to start embroidering, you just bring your needle up from underneath the fabric, like so. And then there's different things that you can do. And I'm just going to do some example stitches on here. So if I wanted to do what's called a straight stitch, all you do is put your needle back down and pull it through. Oh gosh, getting all tangled. This is another, like I said, this is why you don't want your thread to be too long because it can get tangled. All right, so now I have one stitch. And if I wanted to do what's called a straight stitch, I would then about the same distance. I usually like to keep my stitches a little under 1/4 of an inch, like about maybe 3/8 of an inch, to 1/4 of an inch. Let's be honest here. I'm not that into making really, really tiny stitches, although you totally can. And then again, you just pull your needle up, and then to do a straight stitch, you just make another stitch by putting the needle down the same distance apart and pulling it through, like so. And you can do that to make a straight line. You can also, now I'm actually going to, I shouldn't have done that because it was so hard to get my thread through the needle in the first place, but that's okay. We're gonna use my threader again. So I just pulled out that stitch because I'm gonna show you another type of stitch that you can do. All right. This thread is kind of uncooperative, but that's okay. We're gonna make it work. All right, so now we have it back on the needle, and this is called a back stitch. So just where I was with my straight stitch, instead of going forward about 1/4 of an inch, I'm gonna go backwards, and I'm gonna put my needle in the same spot where I put it down in the last stitch. And this is called back stitching. And basically you can make a nice straight line by doing that. Just going up and then back down into the last stitch like this. And I like to do this for outlining or for straight lines especially. It doesn't work as well with a curved line. Like this is a curved line, so it's maybe not going to be the very best, but it's going to work. And it just creates a nice line. Yeah. And this is what the back of the fabric looks like. So it's just a little bit like, I think it's like a little bit of a funny looking straight line compared to this side where you can sort of see the individual stitches a little bit better. But this is a great way to make some lines on your fabric. There we go. If you want to do some other stitches, you can also do a stitch that's called the, oh, what is it called? The stem stitch, that's what it's called. And I'm going to come over here and it's almost exactly the same. So I'm going to bring my needle up over here. And this is one that I like for outlining curved things, like a circle. And it's called the stem stitch because I think it's supposed to sort of be like the stem of flowers, I guess, or maybe like vines, because it sort of twists a little bit. So you bring your needle up and then down. And then before you pull your fabric all the way through, you bring your needle up in the center of that stitch. So right here. So I still have this loop, and then I bring the needle up and I pull it through. And now it's kind of hard to see in just one stitch, but my needle and thread have sort of pushed this original stitch off center a little bit. So now I'm going to make another stitch and about the same length as that first one, but it's going to be offset, as you can see. This way so it's not upside down. All right, and so here, this is where my thread is, this is where my needle is, and so it looks like it's a short stitch, but remember, we started it before the end of that first stitch. Oops. All right, so you put your needle in, and then pull it almost all the way through, and then bring your needle back up. And I like to do it in the same spot where I finished that previous stitch. All right, can you see that? There we go. So it's coming up through that same hole, and then you pull it through. Again, keep your needle on the same side of the thread as you're going, on the same side of the loop of thread. And that's going to help you make sure that it twists all the same way. And I believe what I'm doing is called the stem stitch. There's another stitch that's exactly the same, but you know what? I can't remember what it's called. But instead of putting your needle on top of the loop, you put it underneath, and it basically, it just twists the stitches the other direction. But it's called something different. I only just found that out. I always thought that they were both stem stitch, but it's like something else. I can't remember what it's called offhand. There's tons of different stitches that are all basically the same when it comes to embroidery, but then they have different names just to show that it's a little bit different. All right, so but you don't need all of that. You just need these basic stitches, right? So again, I'm gonna bring my needle up right where my last stitch ended, pull it through. I tend to a lot of times make my stitches a little bit bigger than I want them to be. So I try to be very careful and at least fix it before I pull the needle through. Going, and you can do this stitch to outline it, and let's see how well you can see. It's a little bit hard to tell maybe, but doesn't want to focus that close up, but you can, I think you can see the differences. So this is the back stitch that just makes a straight line. And then this is the stem stitch that kind of curves a little bit and it makes a nice twisty edge. I have an example of a finished one. It's actually not fully finished. I haven't decided if I want to add some more to it. So I haven't like finished the back of it, but this is an example and of an embroidery project that I did. And you can sort of see these brown lines. These are with the stem stitch. I don't know, maybe you can't really tell that well. It's not focusing that well, but it works really well for things like stems and stuff like that. And this is what the back of the project looks like in this case when it's done. So it can look kind of messy. That's one reason why, again, you want to sort of cover it up and keep it in place if you want to display it. This piece, it's supposed to have some more stuff on it. It's supposed to have like what are called French knots, which are just little like dots all over the place. And I have a hard time doing them. So I didn't do it. And I'm trying to decide if I'm going to. This fabric is also very, very dense, which makes it a little bit harder to stitch on. So it's just something to note. Like if you look, I have my hand underneath and you can't really see. I mean, you can see that I have my fingers underneath when they move, but you can't really see anything underneath it versus this. This is a little bit less of a tightly woven. It's I guess a looser weave of fabric, so you can see through it a little bit better. So when it comes to embroidery, I like to have fabric that's not too tightly woven, just because I think it works better and it doesn't hurt your fingers as much. So that's just my little tip when it comes to picking your fabric. All right, I'm going to show you another stitch. And again, I'm going to come up from the back, and this is called the split stitch, and it's very close to this stem stitch. Again, you put your needle up and then bring it down. And once again, I'm going to leave this little loop of fabric as I am stitching. And then I'm going to bring my needle up in the middle of my two stitches, just like with the stem stitch, but instead of going around the thread, I'm actually going to go through the thread. And I'm using 3 strands for this. I like it with even numbers of thread. So like 2 stitches or two threads or 4 threads, just because it is a little bit easier to make sure that the split stitch is splitting evenly. But basically, you just keep doing that and you split your threads. And you bring your needle back up close to where the previous stitch ended. You just keep going like that. And I'm pulling this thread all the way through just because it's being a little bit difficult. It's a little bit fuzzy. I don't know if you can tell that, but that makes it tangle more easily. So that's something that you can actually control a little bit when you are picking your threads. So, you know, I'm not telling you what to buy or anything like that. But this thread is by a company called DMC, and it's a really nice smooth thread, and it's sort of the like standard thread for embroidery or cross stitch. And part of it is because it is really smooth, it doesn't tangle as much. You can buy other brands of thread. So this is just some generic brand that you can see just from looking at it that it's a little bit rougher, it's a little bit fuzzier, so it's going to tangle more. These kinds of threads, though, are really good for making like friendship bracelets or things like that. Like if you're doing knots, they hold really well. So if you ever want to make a friendship bracelet, look for the non-DMC threads in the craft aisle. Let's go back to some stitching. And I'm going to just keep going with my split stitch. It is one of my favorite stitches. It just makes a sort of fun looking stitch. This one isn't too visible quite yet. Sometimes you have to go for a while, and sometimes you have to make the stitches a little bit longer to really see how it splits. So let's make these a bit longer. And again, bring it up and put it through the thread. And see, I think you can see it a little bit better now. These are just some fun stitches. This pattern actually calls for a different stitch in these sections. Actually, most of the pattern is supposed to be done in what's called the satin stitch. So I'm going to start doing that now. And whenever you need to end your stitch, you just bring your needle down through the fabric and then make a knot in the back. When I'm doing something like a split stitch, I like to bring it down within the stitch or right where it went down before, like this. Because you want to end with the split, you don't want to end with like a plain stitch if you can help it. So here's what the back of my piece looks like so far. And I'm going to just make a quick knot right here. So I'm going to take my needle and put it under the previous stitch, make a loop, and then pull it through. And I don't want to pull it too tightly because I don't want to warp my fabric. That's one of the important things when you're doing embroidery. You want to make sure that the fabric stays nice and taut, nice and straight. You want to keep your stitches not just as even in size as you can, but as even as you can in tension, because you don't want to like make one section really tight and one section not as tight, because then it's going to create a warped piece of fabric. So I'm going to go on, I'm going to use a different color now. So I'm using this one. It's a middle shade of blue. And again, I'm going to take one of my pieces of floss. So this is embroidery floss. And then I'm going to cut it in half. And this is a little bit long, maybe for like standard stitching. You're supposed to use like 12-inch lengths of thread. I don't like that because that's just too short for me. So this is, I think, probably about like 16 inches, and I'm going to do that. And again, I'm just going to separate my floss into strands. And so I'm going to do 3 strands, and I'm going to do the satin stitch in this section here. See, it's so much easier when you're not dealing with like 3 feet of thread. All right, so here we go. I have my 3 strands, and what did I do? Oh, here, I'm gonna actually leave this on the needle. I have lots of needles, so I don't need to worry too much right now about reusing it. And I'm just gonna put it in here. This is a little case and it is magnetic, so the needles and stuff stick to it. And let's go with another needle. I like to use multiple needles because it just makes it a little bit easier if I am going to have to reuse the same color later. I just keep it on the needle. But you don't need to do that. You can absolutely go with just 1 needle. If you're starting out, or if you're traveling, maybe you're traveling for the holidays and you're going to be the passenger in the car, you can do this kind of project really easily. All right, and here we go. Again, I'm going to make a knot in the other end. And trim it. All right, so now I have my needle and thread, and I'm going to start doing my satin stitch. And this is a good stitch to fill in areas. It can take a while. That's one of the reasons why this kit tells you to use 6 strands, or basically take 3 strands and then fold them in half and tie them together. But again, I find that that just gets knotted and messy too easily, and I like how it looks better when you use fewer strands. And you're just going to make a straight line. So I have my thread entered right here, and then I'm going to put the needle back down over here where this space ends and pull it through. And I'm going to fill in beneath it where there's this black line, and I'm going to use that as my guide. And you just make a bunch of stitches really close to each other until it fills up the space. There we go. Like this. This is a stitch that it took me a long time to start using because I thought there's no way that I can make it look nice. It's going to be so sloppy looking. And like, how can it possibly look good? And what I learned is basically all the stitches keep the stitches next to them in line. So it does look really nice. All right, so now I have this section filled in, and I'm going to go back up to the top. And if you ever have to go back, it's really easy. So like right here, I do have a little bit of space you can still see that black line right here, but I'm going to leave it because I'm going to be filling in this section with another color of thread. So go on back up to where I started, bring the thread up, and one of my end pieces came with me, but that's okay. We'll fix that later. And then I'm going to go back over to this black line for the tree and pull it through. And as you can see, I'm just making these nice straight stitches. There's also like sort of specialty threads that you can get that are really good for this kind of stuff. Let me see if I have one. You can get thread that is variegated. So this is just another one of my boxes of thread. And this is a piece of, or a skein of variegated thread. It's not too much of a contrast between the colors, but there's cat hair in it. But as you can see, there's different shades of red in this, and that can look very cool when you're doing satin stitch. I have found that this kind of thread, honestly, I don't think it looks quite as good when you're doing stuff like back stitch or something, because it can be choppier, but with satin stitch, you get the variations, especially in these bigger sections. That can look very nice. There's also embroidery floss you can get. I don't have any. You can get that is like this, but you can get it with like glitter in it or shimmer, I guess. I don't know. It's like probably like, I guess, metallic thread that's mixed in with the other threads. You can get glow in the dark embroidery floss. There's tons of stuff you can do for different effects. I don't have any of that either. I don't know how well it works either, but you know, that's something you can try. All right, and here I'm just want to make sure that I'm doing this straight. So this is what I do. I just pull the thread across to find where it's going to cross the next line, and then making sure I don't go through the threads. Blah. I pull it through, and then I can fill in this section. When it comes to satin stitch, especially, I like to work in small sections because it's a little bit easier and you can sort of see your progress quickly. And it just makes this nice finished section. Like I said, I was always afraid to do the satin stitch because I just didn't understand how it would look good. And lo and behold, I think it actually looks really nice. Once I finally said, I'm going to do it, I'm just going to go for it. It also helps fill in the sections really quickly, which is nice. Trying not to go in through my other stitches, but they might be too close together. All right, here we go. And so you got a little bit off track. There's a little, it's like a triangle instead of a straight line. But we can just fill that in just the same. And then I'm actually going to pull my threads out or to the side a little, and I'm going to just fill in this section instead of going all the way back to that beginning. There, and now just pull it through, and you can't even tell. Like, even looking at it close up, you can't even really tell that I got off track. And then again, I'm just going to go up a little bit ahead right here and pull my needle through and then make a straight line. And I'm just going to fill in next to this tree. And as I continue to work on this piece, I'm going to keep on doing that. I'm going to fill in sort of the little wobbly bits as I go. So like right here and right here and right here, so that I end up having just a sort of rectangular section in the middle of this part, so that then I can just do all the way across with my satin stitch. And hopefully that will work out okay. It's going to be the longest stretch of satin stitch that I have done. Usually, if I have other projects that I'm doing, I'll do a different stitch so that you're not doing it quite as far apart, because this is going to be about probably 3 inches or so. There is a stitch, what's it called? I can't remember the name of it, but basically you do this, but you do a combination of longer stitches and shorter stitches, and you sort of stack them like bricks. There is a stitch called the brick stitch. It's not the same as that. But that way You don't have such long stretches of thread, but we're going to do that. We're going to just do the satin stitch on this one because I think that it'll work, or it'll look better. As long as it looks okay, it'll look better than doing something else to fill in this section. Okay. And I'm going to take a break from this satin stitch and I'm going to show you a different stitch. So, and again, this is my needle minder, and I just take the magnets apart, and this way it'll hold on to my needle, because I'm going to go in with, let me see which color to use. I'm going to go in with the darkest green first, so this one here. And again, take one piece of floss, cut it in half. And on the trees, instead of doing the satin stitch, we're going to do this called the straight stitch, which looks a little bit maybe more like confetti to me. But basically you make some straight stitches and you fill in the space using those straight stitches. So it's going to look not, basically it won't look as smooth as the satin stitch, and it's going to help sort of replicate the texture of trees. So here I have my thread and a needle. And this one I think is a little bit thicker than my previous stitches. And one of the reasons I never used to use a needle threader like this. And one of the reasons I started, even though I only work on this stuff at home, I was working on an embroidery project. I think it was this one. And I realized how many times I licked the thread to sort of bind them together. And I thought, oh, there's a pandemic. Even though I'm doing this at home and I'm not, and I'm washing my hands frequently, maybe I shouldn't be licking the thread so much. Just something to like keep in mind for maybe non-pandemic times. And so I started using the needle threader because of that, which, maybe a little bit silly, may not be, but who knows? All right, so here with this tree, again, I'm not going to use that satin stitch to fill in. I'm going to do a straight stitch. Oh, hold the needle out. I'm going to do a straight stitch here. And then I'm going to bring my needle up and I'm going to do another one at a little bit of an angle. And I'm going to do another one and at the opposite angle, or going the opposite direction. I don't know what that's actually called. And and then I'm going to just keep doing that. And I'm going to just fill in all the gaps in between. And it's going to create a nice texture that will be reminiscent of like pine trees. And you can go in different directions. And there are instructions that come with this kit. There's actually instructions if you buy other patterns. So like the book that I was looking at comes with instructions, and you just sort of have to follow the spirit of the instructions. That's one of the things my mom spent years trying to teach me how to do embroidery and cross stitch. She worked at a living history museum, and she would bring me there and give me projects to work on while she was working that are called like samplers. And so if you've ever read like the American Girl doll books, I think at least Felicity had to make a sampler. I think it was Felicity, where it's just different stitches to show how accomplished you are at needlework. And I never got into it. And part of it was because I don't like to follow directions like that. And so later on, I learned that as long as it looks fine, it's fine. You don't have to follow instructions to the letter, especially when you get one of these kits. Like I said before, you can make it your own. Just because it tells you to do stuff one way doesn't mean you have to do it that way. And so then I will keep going with these stitches and fill in my trees using straight stitches, and they're going to overlap a little bit. And they're going to just fill in and make a kind of more pine needle texture than the satin stitch. And if you want to see what the back looks like, I'll flip it over in just a second. So this is what the back looks like with these straight stitches. This is the back. Oh, I got some thread from the fabric, I think, tangled in with my satin stitch. This is my split stitch, and this is my back stitch, and this is my stem stitch. So you can see there the differences too in the different types of stitches. But all of these are just using the same basic process of bring the needle up and then bring it back down no more than 1/4 of an inch later. There are some stitches that need you to do like much smaller stitches, but you don't have to. And now my last couple minutes, I don't know, let me try. I'm going to try to do a French knot, and I'm not very good at these. So, but what you have to do, I believe, you pull your needle through and then you wrap it around your needle a couple of times like this, and then bring your needle down almost in the same spot where you brought it up, but not quite. And then the important thing is that you hold the wrap around your needle tightly. And then you bring your needle back down. And so I'm going to hold it like this and pull my needle down with my other hand. And now I have a very messy French knot, but you can keep doing that. That's another way to fill stuff in, and it creates a nice little texture. And it's really interesting. Those are super hard to do, for me at least. And you just have to practice, and that's all it is. With all of these things that we're showing you, it's just a matter of practicing. Practice makes perfect, or at least perfect enough. And so I'm going to keep working on this. I'm probably going to take out these stitches up here and my French knot that I just wanted to sort of practice. But that's something that you can also do. If you ever want to do some embroidery, you can just get a plain piece of fabric and just practice, just the way that Emily was doing with the hand stitching. She had, I don't know if she called it a sampler, but it's basically the same thing. But with embroidery, I like to have a towards. So, all right. And then if you ever need to take stuff out, I like to use a seam ripper, and you just go like this, bring it under the thread, and then it has a little sharp edge, so it'll cut the thread, and you can pull it out like this, and then pull it out. Or you can also just use, if you have little embroidery scissors like this, you can also snip the stitches like there. All right, well, that is just about it. And I'm going to turn this back over so that our next presenter can come in. And I believe that that is going to be Wes with some bike maintenance. Sounds pretty cool.
Hey guys, how you doing today? My name's Wes Smith, and we're going to be doing some bike maintenance today. So I'm in my garage. I'm obviously it's a little cold outside, so I got my coat on. I'm a studio librarian, but like many of you guys, you might have like really just jumped into bicycling during the pandemic. I know I saw a lot of people on the Riverwalk and on the roads and stuff like that. Now that it's heading into wintertime, how do we, prep our bike for winter wear or winter riding? Some things that, you guys may or may not know. I'm gonna be going over some real basic stuff that, most things that you got in your house. But the first thing I'm gonna do when I have on my coat and stuff like that is to actually wash my bike and my girlfriend's bike. Now, you might wonder, why is that so important? When you're actually washing your bike, we're doing a lot of different things here. We're kind of looking to see what is actually, the nitty gritty to a bike, similar to washing your car. If you ever wash your car and be like, oh no, I have a scratch right here, I have a dent right here. Yeah, that's pretty much what we're looking for. Any nicks or crannies that we might have missed during a ride. And also too, is where we can really examine the bike, such as the brake lines, the most important, the chain, which is your engine. We can look at the cranks, we can look at the gears and see if there's anything that needs to be done. And it's always good just to have a nice clean bike, particularly for the chains. And for those who don't know, the chains are, we're not really washing, we're washing the chain itself, but what we're really trying to do is to clean the bearings within the chains. That's what actually gives it the ability to roll. And so if you ever rode a really dirty bike, let's say you went out mountain biking, and from Saturday to Sunday, you had a really hard time kind of like spinning your legs. It could be due to there's so much grit within the ball bearings of the chain that you're going to apply a little more energy, a little more force to kind of go the same speed that you were before. So how do you wash your bike? So I have two Amanda ALR5s here. These are Trek bikes. This is not a sponsored video, but shout out to the guys at Trek in Chattanooga. Definitely helped me out picking out a right bike for my girlfriend and myself. And so some things that I'm gonna do today is that typically I would actually take off the wheels. But today I'm not, just because it's a little cold. But you can take off the wheel, take off the chain. I'm actually gonna wash this all together. And it's really, it doesn't matter to take off, I can keep the chain on, I keep take the chain off. One good reason to potentially take off the chain when washing the bike is if you have never washed it before or you have never greased your chain up before. I typically wash our bikes almost every month when we ride outside. We've been riding a little more indoors lately. But when I'm, after, if we've ridden a lot of time, when I really want the chain to be degreased and stuff like that, then I take the opportunity to take the chain off. But today I'm just gonna keep the chain on. You can do that. Keep the wheels on. You can do that as well too. I'm gonna wet the bikes. I have a warm bucket of just typical Dawn soap. Dawn used as a degreaser, same thing you use within your or your pans. I'm wet the bikes. Just give them a good old washing, and then I'm going to apply some. I have some showroom polish right here. I'm gonna apply some showroom polish. I also am going to, once I'm done, I have a shop towel. This is actually all grease from some lube that I'm gonna use for the bike. So I'm gonna lube up bikes. And then we're gonna talk about, make sure your tires are the right pressure, and how do I, fix my brake lines, or how do I fix my gearing ratio when I'm actually kind of changing my gears. And so I got into biking, went to do a triathlon right here in Chattanooga. It was a goal of mine for a couple of years. I always saw triathlons happening at Louisville, where I went to school at, and I always thought that was pretty neat. And so I was going to challenge myself, and so that's what really brought me into biking. Biking is a very good sport to get into. It's a very easy to do as well too. We have plenty of great shops and riding locations right here in Chattanooga. And so right now, you see me doing, I'm wiping down the wheels, making sure the spokes are all straight, there's no bent lines. I'm looking at the wheels to make sure that we haven't hit nothing, that there's any protrusions in the tire itself or in the rim of the tire. Because sometimes you hit, you might have a rock that you've hit and it might have hit a tire, but currently right now I'm running tubes in my tires. And so basically there's like a tiny inflatable tube that I need to fill up. And so I can have a kind of protrusion in the tire itself, but not necessarily poke the tube, which, I can ride like that for a little bit, but eventually that little kind of protrusion, whether it be a rock or a little bit of nail, can go all the way through and pop your tire. And you don't want to be out on the road with pop tire. Trust me, I've been there like 3 times. And so also for, if you're doing any type of bike maintenance, going to your local bike shop, they can let you know about some of the different kind of things that you can do. Typically people will change out the bike tape, the handlebar tape right here. About once every year, depending on how much you ride and how sweaty your hands are, and how much salt is within your sweat as well too. Because what ends up happening is that you have some sweat get underneath the bar tape and it can corrode your bars. And so it's always good to kind of just make sure that you're, constantly wiping down your bike when you're done riding it, but also too making sure that when something does come up is to take your bike to a bike shop. And so some things we're doing, again, when you're wiping down your bike is to, again, check the wheels, make sure you're getting the, wiping down the handlebars. We want to make sure that we're checking out the cranks. We'll make sure that we're looking to make sure that, again, nothing from our spokes, nothing, we'll make sure that our it should be loose is not loose. And we will make sure that, again, I need to go back and tighten this up, maybe tighten that up. I want to make sure that my crank and my gears, there's no type of clicking noise to it. It's rotating pretty smoothly. I have a shot toothbrush right here. Shot toothbrush right here, and all I'm going to do is I'm just going to brush any type of excess dirt that might be within the chains. We get this all, again, we're not really cleaning we're cleaning the chains, but we're really focusing on is getting the grime out of the bearings within the chain. Because, again, that is what gives us the ability to if the smoother the chain is, or the cleaner the chain is, the easier the bearings are for it to be able to rotate, and the less energy that you have to push out when you're biking, or the more energy you can push out on a hill. Now, if you don't want to take your chain off the bike or you don't want to hand wash like I do, they do sell chain washes. This is a basic contraption that you can put onto the back gear and the back gear and the front gear that you can basically rotate, back pedal a little bit, and there's a bristle brush that gives it a nice and clean, or you can just take off the wheel and take off the chain as well too, and just dump it into a warm tub of degreaser as well too. So bike one is all nice and good to go. Start on bike two. And so one item I definitely suggest getting is a front wheel, back wheel bike stand like this. If you have space within your household, it makes it super simple to kind of store your bikes if you don't want to drill into the wall, or you don't have a stud, and you're worried about where it can go. Bikes do have about a 14-inch width, so at the kind of handlebars, depending how kind of wide the shoulders are, and so it could take up a lot of space for some people on the wall space. And so having a front wheel stand like this right here has done us pretty good. And I don't know if you noticed, one thing that I am doing, I am cleaning the seat itself. Particularly on road bikes, when you have road bikes, you might not have you will not have a kind of soft cushion seat. And so it's just hard plastic, so it's safe for us to actually wash. Again, similar to like a car, when you are, bike maintenance, it's super easy, but the longer that you put it off, the harder it is, or the more expensive it can be if you have an actual issue, particularly within your chain and some of the teeth on your actual gears. And so the longer you go without, the chain and the gears kind of rub against each other, and eventually they can have a little bit of wear down. And so if you're not kind of up to date on your maintenance, or if you ride a lot, so you're not as careful with your bike, you can end up spending a lot of money just replacing the gearing and the chains as well too. And so we have a nice little quick wash down. Again, I'm using my toothbrush to clean the gears and the chain, make sure there's no gunk in there. Again, I haven't been riding too much outdoors, so they're still pretty clean. But again, when you're out and about, especially on the road, you'd be surprised what things that you've pulled, things that kind of get from the roads. Some of our roads, unfortunately, aren't as clean as they could be, especially for kind of street, for road riding. And so doing a good, again, a rule of thumb for some people is that they like to, after each time that they get off of their bike, after each ride, they actually take it and make sure it's washed and cleaned down. So that way, again, you can see if there's anything that you might have missed or hit on a ride, or if you have a slow leak like that. All right, we're gonna rinse down the bikes and then I'm gonna wipe them down and then I'm gonna apply some showroom polish or protection. This is, think of this like a little kind of wax coating so that any type of dirt or any little bit of oil can slide off. I'm gonna apply this to the bike. I'm not gonna apply this onto these AMR 5s are disc brakes. So there's two types of braking. There's disc brakes similar to the disc brakes on your car. So it's basically a plate that you have 2 disc pads and they'll clamp down and stop the bike for you. So they have a lot of braking power. So it's simply if you're going down a hill and you slam the brakes, these things are not necessarily slamming onto the rim of the tire. They're slamming onto a piece of metal, which they can really clamp down on. So it gives you a lot of strong braking power in the rain or downhill. They are slightly more expensive. And then, for the average person, it doesn't matter, but they're also a lot more heavier. So you'll see Tour de France or any type of road race, they will actually be riding rim brakes just because they are cheaper and it's easier to get a tire on and off, because in those kind of like long races or just kind of like really competitive races, when you need to let's say pop a tire, which happens all the time, you need to get it on and off. It's easier with the rim brake than it is with a actual disc brake. And so I'm gonna apply the show polish because it is kind of oil based. I will be applying everywhere but the rim brake because I don't want to oil down my brake pads essentially. And so that way I will have more stopping power when I need them. So I have some, what I do have to wipe down bikes, I have some microfiber towels, just because I don't want to stuff up the paint job on the bikes and stuff like that. So I like to keep my bikes in pristine condition. You never know, we need to resell some bikes. So I'm using some microfiber cloths instead of some regular old shop towels, and I'll use some shop towels for the wheels themselves. Some of the things that you want to look out for when you're doing your bike maintenance. Hopefully I can show you guys. It's a little wet over here. And so in your head stem is actually located right here. You want to be careful. If you're a sweater, or you ride indoors, you can get some
your sweat can have some salt into it, and then it can kind of corrode this head stem right here. So it's always good to kind of like, we can actually, there's a hex screw right there. We can take the hex screw out and just re-grease that right there, just so that we're not kind of letting the kind of salt and corrosion get to that head stem. But today we don't have to worry about that, because I do have my yearly bike maintenance is actually coming up. So I'm gonna take my bike into the shop that I bought it from. So that way they can check for anything that I didn't necessarily catch around my last couple bike maintenance outings. So I'm gonna take my showroom protection right here. I'm gonna go ahead and give my first bike a good spray down. Again, I'm gonna try to avoid the disc brakes, and if I do, you can use a little isopropyl alcohol to clean off the brake pads. Again, we just want to make sure, if anything, you also make sure your brakes are stopping, just because you never know what a car's gonna do, or another rider. You might see a dog, there might be something in the road and stuff like that. So you also make sure that our brakes are as clean as possible. But since I am probably not going to, since I'm taking my bike to the shop next week, I'm not going to necessarily worry about it, because I'm not going to be outside riding. But again, it's one of those things we want to make sure that we are being mindful of. And so this is just this right here works without a lot of these kind of like showroom finishes, or kind of these light type of coatings. This is actually can be used without pre-washing your bike. But I like to pre-wash my bike, just because I've been riding indoors, and riding indoors you get sweaty. You get a lot more sweatier than you do outdoors, because you don't have the wind to kind of cool your body off, just sitting there while your body's generating heat. And so there's some sweat. There's just sweat on the bike and stuff like that. And so I just want to make sure you give it a good washing face. So this is just a simple, you spray it on, you let it sit for a hot second, and then you wipe it back off. It has a very much that new car smell. We call it the new bike smell. It has a very distinctive, like fresh finish. We can't tell because it's a little dark in here. A little dark in here, but it does. It is, it does give a nice glisten, a nice clean look to it. I'm going to put this bike onto the side. I'm gonna do the other bike, and then I'm going to talk about greasing the chain up. So if you're interested in getting into biking, and I know for some people, ride on the road is super scary. There are several great paths here in Chattanooga. Chattanooga Riverwalk is a great one. You can ride, depending where you start, depending where you start from, 13 miles off-road. There is a path over at North Shore near Whole Foods and the truck store called the Poop Loop. Has quite a bit of elevation on there as well too, if you're looking for any type of elevation. But if you just want to go outside in general, one, because it's cold outside or because it's raining and stuff like that, but you still want to get a ride in. There are several different types of technology. Turbo trainers is what they're called, or turbo trainers. You can have some rollers as well too. Basically allows for you to do, depending on the setup, allow for you to take your bike and put the back wheel off. You can put a fake back wheel on, and you can give your bike some tension so you can give you that kind of road feel. This past summer, due to COVID, we didn't want to inundate the hospitals in case we got into accident, my girlfriend and I, but we rode about 2,000 miles indoors. For some people, it's boring, but for us, it was quite enjoyable. There's a lot of different platforms like Zwift out there that allows you to do some virtual riding. So, you can do like the big Tour de France, or you can do, ride into the virtual world. They very much gamify the process. It's pretty neat out there to kind of just see what is out there. And it allows for us to, if we get tired, we can just get off the bike instead of worrying about, we're 25 miles out, we got to ride 25 miles back into the car. And so it's really easy for, it's a really nice way to be like, you know what, I'm done for the day. I did a good job. He's using a sugar and polish. This one can has lasted us so far about 18 months, and it's only $8, so that's a pretty good deal. So we got the bikes are all cleaned up. They're looking pretty good. There was nothing that noticed that was wrong with the bikes except for my girlfriend's bike. Her water bottle cage is slightly loose, so I'll tighten that up. But for the most part, the tires are good. They're a little lower pressure, which we'll talk about. I do have my bike pump out here as well too. Nice little foot stand bike pump with a temperature gauge, and these tubes are Presta valves as well too. So this has a Presta adapter on here, and so I'll fill up I'll put some air in the tires. Depending on since we're getting it's getting cold, similar to how when you're out in your car, the cold air will squeeze on the rubber and will actually start to slowly leak out air, depending on how tight your nozzles are. These are going to be our bikes are typically indoors 99.9% of the time. And so we don't have as much leakage, but we still do have some leakage out there. You never know when you want to ride. So it's always nice to, when you put the bike away, to make sure you fill up the air, but also too, when you go out to actually ride your bike, to check the air as well too. because again, there is nothing worse than having a potential flat tire, potential flat tire or anything like that. So also too, depending on how you choose to ride, you can fill up your tires to a variety of different ranges, depending on if you want a hard ride or soft ride, similar to it's like a race car, how much air they put into the tires. These tires right here, they're rated for 90 to 120 PSI. And so the harder that your tire is, the more bumps you're going to feel. And so if we were talking about, we're going on a road race and we're making sure that if we knew the surface itself was pretty flat or pretty clean and pretty flat, I would probably fill these up to probably 120 PSI because they're going to rotate on the road a lot faster. But if I'm when I'm in the city streets and stuff like that, so again, you're hitting hitting rocks and bumps and stuff like that, I'll tone it down to about 100 PSI, just because again, if I'm going 25 miles per hour, I don't want to pop a tire, which I have done before. And so I try to, and the harder the tire is, the more likely that is you're more likely and not less likely to do it. You're less likely to do it because your tire has a little more rotation and goes over it. But then if it does hit that right point, it will pop. And then you can either pop the tire, or you can pop, so you can pop through the rubber of the tire, or you can pop through the rubber and the inner tube of the tire as well. And so I'll do the air probably last. I'll probably do the chains next. So the chain, we have some lube here. There's two types of lube that you can do. This is a wet lube, and so I don't know if you guys can hear it. It's pretty sloshy. Wet lube is great for a couple of different things in a drier climate, which Chattanooga kind of is, kind of not. We don't necessarily have to worry about a real, it's a thinner application. And so Chattanooga is, it doesn't rain as much, so I don't worry about it kind of washing off as much. And it's super thin, and it's not as thick as some dry lube that you can possibly be. Other people forgo the lube altogether, and they use they put their chain into like a wax bath. And so they do that every couple weeks, or depending on how much you ride. There's no, everybody has their own type of technique and things they like to do. We got recommended to lube our bikes up after every single ride, particularly outdoors. We haven't been doing as much indoors because it's easier to just kind of walk your bike back downstairs where we have it at. But we've been told to you want to continue to lube your bike up. I equate this to putting gas in the car. Having gas in the car is just part of the process of driving. So keeping your bike chain lubed is just part of kind of the daily riding process. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to take one of my shop towels. I'm going to run the chain through the shop towel, and then I'm going to apply the chain, the lube. I'm going to wipe off the excess of the bike, and then basically what I want to make sure is that I'm going to run it until I see no more excess lube coming off, and then we'll be good to go. So you'll see, this is a shop towel. You'll see all of these lines. That's all kind of grease and dirt from the road and from the grease and from us applying the chain lube on. So typically, I don't have a actual a bike rack, and so people would do this with a bike rack. So a bike stand, something that kind of takes the back wheel off, so that way you can like rotate the wheel clockwise. I'm actually going to go counterclockwise and just run the chain through here. So I'm going to take the chain. My technique is like to hold it with two fingers, and I'm just going to rotate back in a slow pace. Yeah, these chains should be fairly because we haven't been doing as much road riding as I mentioned before. So chains are pretty clean. I'm also going to do the jockey wheel. So the jockey wheel is what allows is anytime you activate the ship. Jockey wheel is that small little wheel right here on the bottom. I guess the bottom left hand side. No, yeah, bottom left hand side for you guys. That what helps you are able to shift your allows for the chain to move across the gears. And so a lot of dirt gets picked up in jockey wheel, so we'll make sure we clean jockey wheel as well. And so one rule of thumb to know if your chain is clean is if you can run your finger through and you don't pick up any type of black gunk on your hands. And so this is fairly clean. You guys probably can't see. It's fairly clean. There's been times where I ran my chain through and this came up as black in my pants. So it's probably going to be, we're just looking for good enough today. Again, I'm taking my bike to the bike shop today, so I'm not going to go as thorough as I probably should be doing right now. But just to show you guys, what the process is. And next thing I'm going to do is I am going to apply some bike lube. And so if I had what I'm going to do is I'm going to take my shop towel and I'm actually just going to, the best practice on doing this, if you, again, it's not about the chain itself, it's about the actual bearings within the chain. And so when you're, you see the chain teeth are just, and the chain links, excuse me, the links in between the chain, there's a little small rotating ball within that kind of attached to each joint. So that's what we're lubing. And so the best practice is to actually go nice and slow. I typically have a little piece of masking tape that I will tape one of the links so I know where I started from and slowly do every single link to make sure that I know that it has gotten its lube. I'm not necessarily just basically gushing my chain with lube. But today the technique we're going to do, I'm just going to rotate the chain really fast. I'm just going to hold the lube down and make sure that I, am applying it and kind of like wiping as I go. So I have another shop towel right here. And I'm just going to apply it on the links. And so you can see all this excess, this is all excess grease, lube right here on my hand from all the little bit that has fallen between the chains themselves. Now I'm just going to take the excess off. Here's some of that excess chain chain grease, and a little bit of probably a little bit of dirt still on the chain. And then again, I'm just looking for a you always want to make sure that you're checking out your chain and gears. I guess once you get your bike and start riding on for a little bit of time, you should know how it feels or how it should potentially shift as well too. And so as long as it kind of rotates, goes smoothly, I'll lift up the back wheel, shift some gears to see what the timing is. That's kind of like, that is basic, but also too maybe slightly advanced kind of type of technique is that, you can change how your bike shifts. Most people kind of don't know that, especially when you get started out, you don't know that you can change the timing of it. And similar to a car, you get it from the factory one way, and then as kind of like time goes on, those settings fall out of alignment. And so if you ever been, riding your bike and you go to shift the gear, you hear this clicking sound, what you're hearing is the jockey wheel itself trying to move the chain up. But due to how the jockey wheel is aligned to the chain itself, it is not having enough distance in between the previous gear to shift it back up. And you can actually make those types of adjustments in several different locations. And so if you have like those who have a road bike or or even a type of kind of city cruisers as well too. And so we'll see some gearing, some tension knobs right. So right here and right here, we can make a, oops, sorry guys. Right here and right here, we can actually adjust the timing of this from the chain, timing of this chain. Once we can actually see a back end shot, probably can't tell from here. Maybe put this down a little bit. So what we're looking at right here is the jockey wheel. And so this jockey wheel is essentially aligned to, or slightly off-centered from the gearing. And so it allows for us to, making adjustments to this kind of shift changes when the bike will be able to enter and exit out of the ship. It is a huge, it's one of those things that as you get started, you're not going to know, but as you kind of go on and stuff like that, or you are like us, you take a lot of time to ride it indoors, you realize that it kind of, you need to understand how that part works, because when we're riding from indoors to outdoors, for us personally, it is one of those things that you need to, that having an understanding of how it's like essentially two different wheels. And so each chain is slightly different from the last chain. So understanding the kind of like dynamic between the two. Last but not least, I just want to show you guys one thing. I'm gonna be right back. Another part of basic bike maintenance is just checking your road kit. And so for those who ride out on the road and stuff like that, this is a must have, because depending where you are, that's gonna be a long way to walk, or you're gonna have to come and get you. And so all I have to do is make sure that I have, from the last time I've ridden, that's my tube. So this is my tube right here. So it comes with a tube. It comes with 2 CO2 canisters. It comes with some tire shoes or tire horns, and then it also comes with there's actually some puncture hole kits in here as well too. Because if you run to a flat, depending what you hit, you might need to, since we're running tubes in the tires, we might need to also fix the tire itself and fix the tube. So you always want to make sure that, I'm just checking to make sure that there's been no dry rot in this tire tube. I've had it for, I haven't had this one for 2 months, so there's nothing wrong with that one. Make sure I still have 2 canisters of CO2. I always want to make sure that both my tools are still in there. And then I know that I haven't took the patch kit, the patch kits out there. I'll make sure the patch kits are still in there. This is a really part of basic bicycle care, because you don't want to be out 25 miles from your car, and then your car being another 60, you still be like another 60 miles away from home. And so having this type of stuff, check and make sure that you're good to go is going to be your best thing. You can also, instead of having 2 CO2 canisters, you could get unlucky and get 2 flats at one time. And so you can, instead of doing CO2, you can also do a hand pump on your bike as well too. If there's any questions about cycling, feel free to reach out to me. I'm a novice myself, but I still like to learn as much as I can. The ARC does have access to some road bikes and some mountain bikes. So if you guys are students back with the staff, feel free to check out the ARC to see what they have out there to offer. UTC also has a bicycling club as well too for students. And so if you're looking to kind of get into cycling, they do some racing, some road racing, I believe, as well too. And so great group to get around. They also do a weekly, I don't know during COVID times, but in the past they've always done a Friday night city ride. And so if you're just trying to get out, meet some people, check that out. Always check out and support your local cycling places. There's not a really great to us, but any type of local bicycle shop, get to know the guys and girls who work there, so that way they can provide the best service. Let us know if there's any questions. Again, feel free to reach out to me. My name is Wes Smith. My email is wesley-smith01@utc.edu. So feel free to shoot me an email. Otherwise, I will hand it off into the next person at 2 o'clock. Have a great one, you guys.
Seeing if y'all can hear me okay. Yay, thanks, Sarah. Get started here in just a minute. All right, so hi, my name is Chapel, and I'm the Health and Science Librarian at UTC. And for the next hour, we're going to be hanging out and talking about basket weaving. So, just a little bit of history about basket weaving. As those of you watching probably know, basket weaving has a very lengthy history. Baskets in one form or another have been around since somewhere in the ballpark of 8,000 to 6,000 BCE, or before the Common Era. Around 8,000 BC, we found imprints of what appeared to be basket weaving in pottery sherds, which is kind of cool. Though we really didn't have pottery per se until sometime after that. So you find baskets in cultures all over the world, and most of our prehistory cultures as well. Baskets are not just for carrying things, so that tends to be what we use them for decoration or for putting stuff in them and toting them around. They can be used for fishing. Weirs are often made out of woven vines, just like baskets are, or can be. Sandals, clothing, all kinds of stuff you can weave. If you've got a vine or a piece of grass, you can weave something. So I thought we might start off by looking at some different types of baskets and then talking about the tools that we use for basket making. Because I'm a good librarian, I'll give you a couple of book recommendations. And I'll show you a few of the things I've been working on for the last several months. And then I'll actually do a little weaving with whatever time I've got left. So, different types of baskets. So here is one I made earlier this year. It looks enormous. It's probably about 30 inches across. I realize it looks much bigger on your screen probably, but this is a decorative basket, though it's also very functional. This is, and I'm only showing you the kudzu baskets I've woven since we're kind of mostly talking about kudzu basket weaving. But this one has some exposed vine as part of the handle. So that's actually kudzu vine, although I often use grapevine for the rim of my baskets. And it's probably about 4 inches deep. It's fairly long. It will sit on a table. You can also hang this sort of basket. And you might be seeing some of the striping that I have on the basket, and that's just based upon how you choose to weave your vines. So all of the vining is kudzu. The darker part is the outside part of the kudzu, and the lighter part is the inside part of the kudzu. So, and we'll talk a little bit more about this later on, but when you harvest kudzu vines, you actually split them. So you end up with two sides. You end up with the dark side and the light side, and then you can use those to make striping in your baskets if that's what you choose to do. Another type of basket, and you guys are probably pretty familiar with this type. This is your typical market basket. So this one I think was made in Africa, and it is made out of some sort of reed or rush. These are really pretty baskets. They're often hand dyed using whatever the folks have, natural materials typically. These types of market baskets, I know people are always kind of complaining about the cost of baskets, but there is a lot of labor in basket making, a lot of time. Like a basket like this, well, it would take me a lot longer than it would take the folks who are weaving these baskets all the time, but a significant amount of time can be put into baskets. And this one holds some of my basket making stuff. Another type of basket, and these are some of my favorite ones, and I'm actually working on one of these right now. This is not mine. This is a coil basket. So I'm gonna hold that up a little closer. So this is made out of coils. You can maybe see kind of the thickness of the coils here. Flip it around to the inside. So often this type of basket is found, especially in Southwest Native American cultures. This looks like, and you're gonna get to see my cat's tail, sorry about that. It looks like this is probably a native grass or a reed. We often will use pine needles in the Southeast and on the South or the Eastern seaboard. You kind of need a long leaf pine needle, and that's what I'm trying to work with right now. I don't have any long leaf pine needles, so I've got to find a spot where I can go and collect them. And then you basically feed the reeds or the pine needles through a tube that helps you keep these coils the same amount of spacing. And then you sew them basically with a piece of raffia or waxed cotton or twine or other things like that. You can add decorative elements. So this one I believe has like a raffia exterior and then some raffia woven in to make this really nice design. So these are the baskets I'm really loving right now myself. All right, so there's a little bit about different types of baskets, and there are a ton of different types of baskets. Those were just the ones that would fit on my table that I had right here. So let's talk just a little bit about books you might use. So for pine needle basketry, this is kind of the main book. It's called Pine Needle Basketry, appropriately titled. And there are all kinds of methods for how to do coil basketry. You often see coil basketry in addition to Southwestern Native American cultures. You see it in the Gullah Geechee people that you find along the southeastern seaboard as well. They do a lot of sweetgrass baskets, and those take on different types of forms, but often they're in a coil or can be in a coil. All right, so my favorite one, and the one I probably use the most, is not much to look at. I don't have the original slipcover for it, but this one is Baskets from Nature's Bounty by Jensen. So if you do a search for basket weaving, that's gonna be one of the first books to come up. It is fairly old. Let me see how old. $1991. That feels old to me anyway. It may to you, it may not. So in this book, you get lots of information about the different types of materials you can use to weave baskets. So there are lots of different things you can use. Pretty much anything that grows and you can weave, you can try to weave. The most recent basket I wove, had crepe myrtle branches because that's what I had in my yard at the time. So iris leaves, small saplings, again, really pretty much anything you can think of, you can weave in one way or another. This book also goes into what times of year it's good to collect your materials. Generally for kudzu, which is what we're going to be looking at today, you want to harvest kudzu in the fall because the sap has stopped running in the kudzu vines. So what I mean by that is that for any of you who have seen kudzu growing on the side of the road, and that's probably most of you, kudzu grows like crazy in the summer. In the fall, it goes dormant and it doesn't grow so much anyway. It loses its leaves. The stems start to harden off, and it's when the stems start to harden off that you want to gather your kudzu. I typically just take out a set of pruners. This is not really specialized work. It is good if you are on someone's property to ask. So I know I have been tempted in Enterprise South Nature Park before to just snip a bunch of kudzu, but it's important for you to ask. So if you're at a place like that, you want to ask the rangers. If you're on someone's private property, on the side of the road, I kind of feel like it's fair game. So if it's on the side of the road and it's not somebody's home, or you can't really tell it's not someone's property, if it looks like it's right of way, you can collect your kudzu. You kind of don't want to do it in areas that are super high travel, because a lot of dust and dirt and other things from the roadway will get onto your kudzu, and that may not be something that's great for you to breathe in when you're working on your basket. So just a consideration there. So let's maybe talk a little bit about tools you can use. So I already mentioned that you want pruners. So you need a decent set of pruners so you can cut your kudzu. Once you cut your kudzu, and again, you need to do this in the fall and the winter, don't do it once the kudzu really starts to grow. So late spring, you're kind of out unless you want to try to dry kudzu in the sun, which I have not personally done, so I can't speak to. But you'll harvest your kudzu, come back home. If you've got leaves on it still, you'll take the leaves off, and then you will generally split the kudzu. So remember I said kudzu is in this long, solid vine, and it will have hardened off. That vine is usually going to be a little too thick for you to weave with. So you're going to cut the vine in half. I'll admit to being incredibly lazy, and my husband cuts the vines in half for me. He's got this really super sharp pocket knife. So he just starts a little notch at the top, and then you peel it all the way down. And then once you get it peeled, hold this a little bit closer. This is what you've got. Now this is a piece of dried kudzu. So we're going to see a piece that's pliable. So you may be able to hear it's hard by this point. It is dried out. This is not how you would go. You would not weave this as is, because it would just break. In fact, I might be able to break a little piece. Yeah, so obviously that's not going to weave. We're going to soak this, and that's how we get them pliable. Pretty much anything that you're going to use for basket weaving, you're going to soak. So if you do a pine needle basket, you're going to soak your pine needles. If you do a kudzu basket, you're going to soak your kudzu. Okay. But it's helpful once you get them split, and you can see here, we've got the bark side, and then we've got the interior. And it's going to be a little bit difficult to tell because my camera is not the best, that the interior is a little bit green. So it's really got kind of a nice hue to it. And that green will dissipate. This is still fairly fresh kudzu, actually. This will dissipate over time, and you'll end up with just a nice tan kind of color for the interior of your bamboo. And I just keep breaking pieces of it off. So here's another example. These are really small. I like small kudzu, but I tend to weave with bigger stuff because it's hard to find teeny tiny kudzu vines. They're all just massive. And for those of you who may not know much about kudzu, kudzu is not native to here, and it is eating the South. I think there was maybe a book or a magazine article that was kudzu, the vine that ate the South. It just grows prolifically and out of control, and it destroys the native trees and plants that we have here. So the more of it we can chop and turn into baskets, the better. It's also probably, I should talk a little bit about how I started basket weaving. So what happens when you just talk and talk and talk and without any kind of script. So my first basket that I wove was probably 20 years ago. I was an intern at the Tennessee Aquarium, and there was this lovely man who worked there in the education department and named Bill. And Bill Haley. Bill Haley is well known in the Chattanooga area because he was an awesome educator at the aquarium. He retired, I think, last year maybe. But anyway, Bill weaves baskets, and in particular, he taught me my first class on Kudzu basket weaving. We did Appalachian egg baskets. So fast forward 20 years after that, and I had not woven a basket since then, more or less. I'd always kind of wanted to get back into it and just hadn't had time. So I had time about a year and a half ago, I guess now, and decided to start doing it again, and just kind of took off from there. So. All right, tools that you might use. So I've got a little set of tools. These are called, this is the Commonwealth Manufacturing Company basketry tool set. It's kind of a cheapie. I think you can get on Amazon for like 15 bucks, maybe. You've got, the thing that I use most in here, there's a set of clippers. Now, these are not the pruners that I use to snip the kudzu. I've got another set of actual pruners. These are more like, these are sharp. So I use this to cut wet kudzu. So if I need to cut an end off to tuck in, or if my weaver is too long, I can use these to cut with. Let's see. This one is a little snip. I don't even know what it's called. I'm just making up names for these things. So this one I use if I've got a little, like a little stringy piece. So when you're weaving baskets, little bits of those weavers will, you know, flake off or peel off a little bit, and you can use this type of thing to snip those off. This guy is kind of like an awl. And this can be shoved down in between the basket weavers so you can put ribs into your basket. So the kudzu basket we're going to look at today is a ribbed basket. Not all baskets have to have ribs. And we looked at those coil baskets, those do not have ribs. Ribs lend structure, but in order to insert ribs into your weaving, you've got to kind of make a hole for it. So this helps you to make that hole. I will say I don't use this one all that often. I tend to have a pretty open weave in my baskets, so I don't feel that I need it. I have this guy. This I use to tuck in little bits of my weavers so that I can tuck them in under another weaver and kind of push them around where maybe my fingers won't go. And then this is a reed gauge, so you can put reeds or pieces of fiber or whatever in them. It's still in the plastic, never used it. So I'm a little bit more of a, I like to eyeball it kind of gal. One other tool, so this is copper. So it's it's 18 gauge copper wire. And I'll occasionally use it as a decorative element in my weaves, but I do also sometimes use it if I've got a piece of a weaver that won't calm down, so it won't tuck neatly. I'll use a little piece of this and I'll wind it in there and get the weaver to tuck a little bit better. It's not necessary. In fact, the only things you really need to weave a basket with are the natural materials and a pruner, right? If you have that, that'll get you a long way, okay? All right, so let's go ahead and we'll talk a little bit more in depth about the structure of the basket, and then I'm going to do a little bit of weaving. Oh, one more thing. I have to stand up for this. Sorry, folks. So you're not going to be able to see this super well, but this is my enormous Home Depot bucket, my 5-gallon bucket. I think was stolen from a neighbor a while back, but don't tell anybody. This is where I soak my weavers. have a giant rock. The giant rock weighs down the weavers. And then these are my soaked weavers. So I've been soaking these for about the last hour or so. And you typically are going to soak them in hot water before you use them for at least a half an hour, probably longer. The rock is to keep them from floating back up to the surface. So I'm going to let these drain a little bit while we take a look at these other baskets, and then we'll talk a little bit more about the weavers and how to work with them. So yesterday I threw together the bones of a new basket. One, because I needed to, but mostly because I wanted to have it for today so you could see what the basket looked like without any weavers. So when you're creating a basket, you can make a single hoop. So that first basket you saw, and pull it back over here, this Big Daddy, that's a single hoop basket. So it's just got one hoop. Well, it's actually got multiples, but it's only one edge. It doesn't have handles on it. Okay. When we're talking about hoops, we're usually talking about having handles or other hoops on your basket. So this one, it's a single hoop, this right here. And this one again is Kudzu. Like I said, you can use lots of different things. Kudzu just does these really great waves, which I love. So I like to keep that in my basket. I like to have something with some interesting structure. When I first went away to college, I went on an art scholarship, and my work assignment was in our ceramics lab. And I hated throwing pottery on the pottery wheel because it was a little too precise. So I preferred hand building because it allowed you, I mean, there are potters out there, I'm sure you could argue with me about this, but hand building just allows for so much more variety. So I tend to think that having a more free-form basket, you want to still consider function, but it can lend itself to being so much more interesting than something that's a little more regular. Okay, so I feel like the standard basket, useful for some things, but not always the most glamorous looking. All right, so that's what this thing in the middle is. That's our main hoop. And if you're just doing a single piece like this, if I've got multiple pieces like that first kudzu basket I showed you, I often don't even have to connect those. I just kind of push them together the way I want them to be, and I might use a bit of copper wire to keep them that way, but that's it. This one I've actually stapled, and I think my staple is underneath the weaver, so I can't show it to you. But if you've just got a single edge like this, sometimes you're going to need to staple the ends because the ends aren't going to stay together well. Okay. So the very first thing you do when you're constructing a kudzu basket is you need to put some ribs onto that basket, for this type anyway. So you can use all kinds of different things for ribs. This first basket, the big one here, I used forsythia for all of the ribs. It was just what I had in my yard. So, and they've lasted really well. These are made out of ash saplings. So I sit on a pile of property behind my house, and this year the ash saplings took over. So I was like, okay, well, let's clear out the ash saplings and use them for ribs. So that's what these are. So to attach these to your rim, you would use a strand, several strands, maybe. Usually it depends on how long they are. I'm usually just using one strand to attach these to the rim. And for this one, I used, let's see if this is a little easier to see. I used what's called an X lashing. So it's basically just what it sounds. I've woven X's, and I've woven these together with those X's, okay? And I've done that on both sides. And so these are not going anywhere. These are on this basket for the rest of its days. After you do that, you're going to take one of your weavers, and usually it's still the same weaver that you use to put your X's on with. And then you would weave over and under through your ribs, okay? You do that about 4 to 5 times. And then you're going to change your weaving pattern. And I actually here, I changed my weaving color so you could kind of tell where we stopped. So here are the X's. And here's my first small batch of weaving. And then you see it's changed, and I changed the color. I flipped over the vine so you could see it a little bit better. So this one goes all the way over all of the ribs and then up over the edge, the rim, and back and then under, over and under all 3. And we do that about 5 to 6 times. And what that does for us that you probably will not be able to see is it creates some pockets where we're going to insert more ribs. So let's use this first basket as an example. So you can see this basket has a ton of ribs. All of these are ribs. Generally, you want those ribs to be no more than 2 finger widths apart, usually 1, 1.5. So you're going to have the bigger your basket, the more ribs. You're going to have a ton of ribs. So this one just has the first 3. So my next step with this basket would be to add 6 more ribs, 3 on each side. And then after I do that, I can start weaving. And then as I weave and I see that my ribs, like maybe one rib has stretched, you know, really far out there, I know that I need to put another rib in. And you do that for about the first half, well, not quite half, probably the first 1/3 of the basket, you're still adding ribs. And I think, let me count the ones I added for that first one. 1, 2, 3, 4. I had about 20 ribs in that first basket. So these are our first 3, and then we would add 6 more, and that's your start. So I have to keep track of my time. I tend to be super chatty. We set this aside. And you do kind of have to strong arm these ribs a little bit. These ash pieces are really sturdy. So you want to work with them pretty quickly after you've cut them. You can also soak them, and that's what we do with the weavers, but you know, just to be safe, I like to work with them right after I've cut them. So this is a piece of ash that I cut yesterday and did not use. Now, as you're trying to get it bent into the shape you want for the bottom of your basket, and the ribs, by the way, that's the bottom of your basket. So whatever shape you give it, you know, you could have a basket shaped like this, or maybe you want one that's deeper or not as deep. It's entirely up to you. This one still has a lot of bend. I'm super stoked about that. I might use that one later. So the basket we're going to be working on, though, is this one. Now this one will sit like this when it's done. So I've got the bottom kind of situated here. And it's got a little bit of the striping that we had in the last one, just a little bit. And I'll probably put a stripe here in the center. Now this one, I'm gonna have to manhandle a little bit, and I'll show you why. So at the edge here, so here's an example of where you would have to connect the edges. This one, I did not pay enough attention to. I put a staple in, and it just kind of made its way out. So I will probably have to work some magic when I'm weaving it. So we'll see. There's something else I was going to say that made me think of. I don't like having staples in baskets, but that's a pretty traditional thing you see in this type of basket too. So, and this is the basket that has crepe myrtle ribs. You see how much tinier these ribs are. And this one is a really odd shaped basket. So it's taken a little bit more thinking to figure out what to do in certain spots. So this is what I have left of the basket. Now, normally as you're weaving a basket, I'm gonna see if I can show you this. You're kind of weaving, you know, side to side. You'll weave one weaver in on this side, and then you're going to come over and weave a weaver on this side so that you can keep it balanced. Now, one thing that tends to happen, and it happens more on big baskets, so that giant basket that I have, it happened in quite a bit, less so with this one. You have to do a little bit of weaving where you don't go all the way to the edges. So here's an example of that where I haven't gone all the way to the edge because I needed to fill in some space here so that I ended up with a fairly straight center because I didn't want that stripe to be off center. So there's lots of fiddling that comes with this afterwards. So this is kind of like in rough form, and then I'll mess around with it when it's done. So, all right, so let's do a little bit of weaving. So this bit of kudzu is huge. This is a gigantic strip of kudzu. Again, like I said, my husband does that part of it. So he's got it twined in twos. You might choose to twine it in ones. It's looking like this is going to be a really big piece. So what I will probably do, because I like to work with a slightly smaller piece, is I will cut this at some point. Let's look and see. So that's about, got about 4.5 feet there. And then I'm going to take the rest of this and I'm going to put it back into my water. Okay. So that way it keeps soaking. I said I'm going to put it back into my water. I'm actually not going to put it over here inside. Shh, don't tell anybody. All right. So you can't really see it so well from there. I hate to move you around too much. So I have a towel right here. The towel just kind of helps me keep track of the mess so I don't have bits of basket everywhere, but mainly it's to help me dry the weavers. So I've just pulled these out of the water. They're really wet. Now, if you pull them out of the water and they're not, like if they still feel crunchy, they need longer. And the bigger your piece, the longer it's probably gonna need. Okay, so there's my weaver. So what I'm gonna do next, and again, I don't think this is something you're going to be able to see super well, but let me see if I can. So I'm going to take one end. Oops, I dropped the other one. I'm going to take one end of the weaver, starting here, and I'm going to bullnose it on my table. So let me switch over to this side. So I'm running it along the edge of my table, which will help make the weaver really flexible. So this was a great little trick that I learned just last year from a guy named Matt Tommy, something like that. He is kind of, I would say, the primary artisan in the United States who works with kudzu basketry, and he does some super sweet kudzu baskets. And actually that first one I showed you, the one I finished last year, the big piece, I'm just going to cut this little bit off here because it's hanging out. That first one I showed you was built on the style of Matt's work. So, and he has a huge studio and does commissioned baskets. It's the dream, right? One of these days. So not something you'll be able to tell from there in Viewerville, but I just made this strand a lot more pliable and flexible. It's got some of my hair hanging off of it. It's lovely. So it's now a lot easier to work with. Hold this a little bit. All right. So I'm going to kind of look at my basket because it's been a minute since I worked on it. And I've got to kind of see where I left off because you want to pick back up where you left off. And where I left off on this one, so I can see it's right in through here. But this is one of those areas where my weaver didn't tuck very well. And I'm probably at some point down the road gonna have to re-wet that and work with it. Be fun if y'all get to see a disaster today. I still don't know how these crepe myrtle ribs are actually gonna turn out, so we will see. All right, so I'm actually gonna start on this side. Now, when you're first starting your basket, it's good for you for the first little bit to go around the rim twice when you're starting. We're not doing that now because we're at the end of this basket. But what I'm doing now, normally you're not starting on the rim, you're starting somewhere else. And in fact, that probably is exactly what I should be doing. I'm cheating a little bit. It's the great thing about basketry. You can really just do whatever the hell you want. All right. Looks like my last weaver was going to go under this and over the top of this. So I'm going to tuck this bit. And sorry, folks, you probably can't see this too well. This is part of the messy bit, especially once you kind of get down to the end of the basket. You're really, really trying to not make a mess of things. All right, so I've got my weaver and I'm holding it kind of under there. I've sloppily stuck it under the last weaver, which is typically what you're doing. You're kind of sticking it under the last weaver. And because it's long, I have to do a lot of messing. All right. So because this part, I want to keep the white part out. So as I go up and over the rim, I'm going to twist it and bring it over the rim on the side that I want to see. And then we're just going to go back through. So I can't say this is the most exciting part of weaving for you folks watching, probably. One, because I think it's a little difficult to see. Let's see if I can just focus in on the basket here and not base. All right. And I'm pushing it up through the ribs. And folks, so that you are forewarned, expecting the UPS man at my house. So my giant 120-pound lab is gonna work like he's gonna kill somebody. So just when it happens, I want you to be ready. I'll try to give you a heads up. Okay, so this is our start right here. And it's nice and pliable. Like everything else on this basket, nice and crunchy. This weaver, because we've soaked it, nice and pliable. So all you do is you weave in and out, over, under, always over, under. Sometimes as you're adding your new ribs, it will not, you'll have two unders in a row, and that's okay. All right, so. That one was under, pull this up, over. And as we're going, you know, not only are we weaving over, under, we're trying to push, we're trying to weave as tightly as we can, because with kudzu basketry, kudzu is pretty rough. So you're gonna have some real flex in your basket. So the tighter you weave and the closer you push together, the better. I can't say I'm super stoked about these crepe myrtle ribs. Crepe myrtles are pretty, they lose their exterior bark in the fall. And I think these little ribs are no different, although I'm really liking the color underneath. that was over, under, and we're pulling it tight. Now, another thing that I tend to really like about kudzu is the imperfection in it. So you see right here, this is not a straight piece of kudzu, right? You've got a really like kind of weird tilty bit. And that's part of what I love about it. I love that variation. It's so pretty. We're heading back under the next rib. So there really aren't places in Chattanooga where you can take basket weaving classes. So Mr. Bill, who was my first teacher, as far as I know, does not teach anymore, though he still does weave baskets. I do know that. But there aren't really a lot of people who do that sort of thing, and there aren't any here who are currently teaching it. It makes me think that I should probably do it, but also that means I've got to put together basket materials for a ton of people, which I don't know. Currently doesn't sound like a lot of fun to me, but who knows, maybe. Depends on if there was enough demand for it. But it's one of those things that for me, it's just so nice to be able to do something that doesn't, you know, I don't have to buy pigments. And I used to paint too, and I don't do that anymore really. I don't have to buy pigments, I don't have to buy board, I don't have to buy wood to make my frame or my structure. I just go out in the woods and I pick the stuff up. I think it's really important, super important, probably the most important thing we talk about, to remember that you should never take too much of something. That even an invasive plant like kudzu is still creating space and home for other organisms. So being careful about what you take, and also being really grateful about what it is you've gotten to take. So really just kind of appreciating the earth and what you do. Now I'm gonna turn this up a little bit. So we're almost all the way across here with this vine. Okay, we've gone over and under, pulled really tightly. And most of our ribbing is fairly close. I've let this middle rib get a little further, just a little further than 2, because I want it to be like that. So again, with basketry, do whatever you want to. Still over and under. And what we're going to do this whole weaver on this side. And then when we're done with it, we're going to switch to the other side. And you do kind of sometimes have to manhandle a little bit. And here's a spot where I've got like a really chunky bit of the kudzu, so it takes a little bit more maneuvering to get tight. But I'll let these soak for a good long while so they're super pliable. So while I'm just yammering on and on, I read a really great book recently that does have some small connection, I would say, to basket making. It's called Braiding Sweetgrass. I'm sure many of you have probably heard of it, by Robin Wall Kimmerer. And it's several vignettes. She I cannot remember where she's a professor now. Watch me bungle this entirely. But her work is with plants, and she is also a Native American. So a lot of it is about her cultural heritage, and one part of their cultural heritage is braiding sweetgrass. to take to powwows and other events. And she talks a lot about what it means to take things from the land and what it means to give things back to the land. So I think if you choose to undertake something like basket weaving, where you're getting your materials from the earth, that it's a really great thing to explore a book like that, to really think more about what you're doing and what the impacts might be. But we're almost all the way across. Now, because I'm a little further along in this basket, I'm not having to continually hold my weaver, and I'm sitting here thinking to myself, am I going over or under? Because I'm really not paying enough attention. But I am, so. And this one, because we've gotten so close to the edge, and this is the wonky edge, it's going to take me a minute to work my way around this. Now, there are basket making classes at different places in the Smokies. So there are a couple of different artisan communities that I'll have to look them up now, that actually offer basket weaving. I think the John C. Campbell Folk School is one of them, and there's another one. And the guy I talked about, Matt Tomey, he's in Asheville, North Carolina, and he does classes as well. But I have not had a chance to go up and take them. The basket weaving classes are multi-day classes. Most of them are week-long classes where you stay on site. All right, so I'm coming up over the edge again, and you see my problematic portion over here. Worst case scenario, I'll just wrap the snot out of that area and just make it a decorative element. Something I haven't shown you, and here I'm coming over, I'm about to come over and wrap the edge. Let me see if I can find a shot of this in one of the books. So you can add all kinds of elements into your baskets. So not just your weavers or whatever you choose to weave with, but you can add, I love this basket. It's in black and white, which kind of sucks, but right here has driftwood as part of the handle. And you can add, I've seen walnut hearts added. There's my cat again. This one, there's some weaving in it, but it's also bark with a fungus on the outside. This one, they've woven pine cones and lichens into the basket. Anyway, all kinds of neat stuff. All right, so let's pull this over the rim. And again, sorry, this is going to be a little tricky. Push back up through in between these two weavers. So now I've got that pulled really tight. And I'm turning the weave back over. And I'm headed back across. So once you get to this point in the basket, like it's probably not going to be any more than 2 weavers before I'm done at this size. And here I'm having to kind of hold it tight. Once you go around the edge, you want to hold your first couple of weaves between your ribs tight to make sure you're pulling as tight as you can. you can release that pressure a little bit as you move forward with your weaver over to the other side again. And then at the same time, I'm also kind of pushing down on all of these just to ensure, again, tightness. So while I weave, what I typically do, huge podcast junkie. So I'll listen to podcasts. Favorites include, wait, don't tell me, it's probably my all-time favorite. Just that little bit of humorous news I get in my week. I'm still going over and under, still on the same weaver. Though this week I started listening to Louder Than a Riot, which is about the rise of hip hop and how that coincided with some of the explosion of our prison system, how those two are kind of intertwined in interesting ways. Interesting, maybe super sketchy ways, some of which might have been propagated by the music industry. So anyway, that's fun. So it's fun to spend an afternoon sipping tea, listening to podcasts, and basket weaving. However, I've got 2 boys, which eat up a lot of my time. So it's the rare afternoon where I get to sit undisturbed basket weaving and listening to podcasts. Now, so I feel like I can hear you all thinking out there, if anybody's actually watching. I'm not super familiar with kudzu. How do I know what it looks like? Well, one, you need to Google it. You certainly can't go from what you're seeing here as a representative sample. What I will say is that kudzu, if you're not familiar with it, looks an awful lot like poison ivy, and poison ivy looks an awful lot like kudzu. So you want to be sure you know what vine you are picking, because you don't want to weave with poison ivy. It's no good. And once you start to get, oops, let me this down a bit. Once you start to shorten your weaver, and here I've only got like, you know, maybe 14 inches of weaver, still going 16, I don't know. I don't know, that's more like 24. You can go a little faster, and you can do some kind of multiple weaves. And again, I know I've already said this before, like you can weave with pretty much anything. So, you know, a basket like this, you could do with sturdy grasses. Now, if you want to add a handle, and I don't have one with a handle right now to show you. But if you want to add a handle, that's another type of lashing. And there are actually lots of different ways to weave. This is just a really simple over-under pattern, but you can weave in lots of different ways, lots of different patterns. Okay, so we've made it almost all the way back across. So we've got 2 weaves in. I'm going to come up around the edge and I'll pull it super tight. Oh, I just got a text from my husband who says it's snowing. What? My other cat has just jumped up on the table, so we'll see where that goes. She hates the other cat, who is also her son, so who knows? All right. So I think, let me look at the time. Yeah, we've got enough time. I'm going to reach the end of this weaver and I'm going to show you how to tuck it in. Not always an easy task, and one that you often have to go back and redo. And again, we're still simple pattern of over, under, push to tighten. And I think up next, you're going to get to watch my friend Rachel work some puzzles. Should be fun. It's hard to believe that I might actually be out of stories by this point, or tips or advice. So here we are. We're almost all the way back across. And I would say if you're out there watching and you think you have an interest in learning basket weaving and maybe you missed the first part of this stream, there are some good books out there about basket weaving. In particular, my favorite one is Baskets from Nature's Bounty. Sounds a little dorky and it's definitely like straight up old school 90s, but it's got a lot of great stuff about when to harvest the vines properly, and not just kudzu, but all kinds of different vines and weaving materials. All right, so I think we're coming down to the end here. Gonna tighten, let's row up a little bit. No, I will say this is not the ideal ending spot. I don't love, I think I said this earlier, I don't love to end on an end. I don't love to start on an end or in there. So we may cut it a little bit short. And you can cut off your weaver whenever you want to. So like if you wanted to cut it shorter to make it end at a certain spot, you could. So here we are, about to go back over the top. We actually are going to be able to make it back over the top and under. And then going to be able to tuck that. And I'm going to tuck it underneath one of these other weavers, and it's going to dry, and it'll probably pop back out as it dries, which is fine because I'll just go back in at the end and retuck it. So in the interior of this, you can maybe see some of the little, yeah, probably not. I think it's a little too small for y'all to see. There's a cattail again. Some of the little bits we'll have to trim, and some of the spots we might have to weave back into a little bit. But in general, I hope you learned a little bit about baskets and basket weaving. And even if you don't have an interest in weaving yourself, you have a little bit more of an understanding of what goes into weaving and the time commitment, which is fairly substantial. The first, and I'll just show you, shush cat, the big basket one last time. So this one probably, I'd say hour-wise, I mean, this one was probably trim and redoing parts, probably about 100 hours. So next time you see a basket somewhere and it seems stupid expensive, if it was hand woven, just remember it took a lot of time to do that. So Anyway, this was a lot of fun, and I hope you got something out of it. And go check out that snow outside if you're in Chattanooga, and we'll see you another time.
Can you guys hear me? I'm ready to go whenever. Well, hello. I'm over here. You guys can hear me okay? We're going to do some puzzle today. I have this wooden puzzle. It's about 200 pieces. I do a lot of puzzles. I've got about 3 dozen in my house, but today I'm hoping to be able to get through this entire puzzle and talk a little bit about how I do puzzles and a little bit about whatever you might want to know. So feel free to ask questions in the chat if folks are listening. Puzzles are a beautiful thing to do on a snowy day like today just became. This puzzle that I'm doing, my mother got for me from the junk store, I call it, where people sell their stuff that they don't want. And it was made by hand. I looked it up on the internet around in the late 70s, I believe this puzzle was made by a man with a jigsaw, I assume. So it's made out of wood. You can see the back of it there. So it's not cardboard like a lot of the puzzles that you find in stores. And there's a few things that are a little bit different when you're doing a puzzle that's made out of wood. One of the things is there had to be room for a saw to cut this puzzle. So the pieces fit a little bit more loosely than you find with a puzzle from the store. But you normally know if something is fitting good or not. Like that was not fitting so good. Since I wanted to get through this entire puzzle, I did a little bit of pre-sorting of my pieces. So you can see it along my table here. I've got some sky over here. Got some, I think, a tree situation, some edges of the tree, and some foreground things. Got a horse. And I've got a man who I assume this man goes alongside the horse. This puzzle was handmade. It didn't come with a photo, but I have to admit that I have done this puzzle before. I've done it twice, actually. I did it once with my mother. It took us, we did it after dinner, so it really didn't take us that long at all. And then I've done it once upside down, which took me a really long time. and was in fact a challenge for the enthusiast as promised on the box. I'm just looking to see where the sky is matching. Finding my corners. There's one. So here's another thing about a wooden puzzle. There's a couple of work marks on this puzzle. You can see there's like a little hole in the side, actually goes all the way through. When they make these puzzles on a jigsaw, what they do is they laminate the photo to the piece of wood that it's going to be on. And then they put that between two pieces of wood so that when they saw it with the jigsaw, these actually go oppositely. So that when they saw it with the jigsaw, the wood won't chip because it's pressed between those other two pieces of wood. So those are the marks from the nail that was holding the wood together, which is pretty cool. So you know right away, it's the mark of somebody's work. No, my dog is staring at me attentively, hoping that there's a treat in my pocket for her. There is. We might get some help from my cat as well. There's, you can see another one of those work marks here. If I were normally doing this puzzle, I don't think that I would hurry to do the edge. It's a great place to start, but I enjoy a challenge and I do a lot of puzzles. If you ask around the library about what my special skill would be, I am freakishly good at puzzles. So I like to keep things challenging for myself. And so I would just kind of do the edges that came along. But if you don't have a picture to work with, it is really nice to do the edge so that you can get a sense of what the colors are that you're working with. That'll help you fill out the inside a little bit more quickly. Got some tree going on right here, and I think that's going to go right along the top. Actually think that these work marks match up to each other. There you go. So that's the very middle of the puzzle. There we go. Got some tree up here. Tree. 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 And that's all the tree. Since I've done this puzzle before, I do know what the photo or what the painting is by Spencer Coleman. It says right here. Has a title, this puzzle. It's called After Work. And the painting is of a man walking his horse down an English country lane. And there's a little bit of pastoral scene all around, which is a classic theme of puzzles. I think you mainly see kind of castles. I've done some big castles. See a lot of landscapes, some nice variations, and some of my favorite puzzles that I do, especially large puzzles, are of artwork. So a little roadway here, and we've got some foreground. That does not go there. Almost got this done. When we get to another exciting part. That does not go there. all together. Yeah, I'm feeling good. All right, so we got a little outline so I can see a little tree here, some country here. I've got a little roadway going up here, and I saw the little man when I turned up my pieces. So I kind of have a sense of what's going on in this puzzle. So also in wood puzzles, the pieces are all two-sided. So they got two prongs out and two prongs in for every single piece in the puzzle, which can be a little bit difficult, but something that the creators like to do is give you a little bit of interest. So they've got these few pieces here. What do we got? We got a little bell, we got an axe, we have a ship, and an arrow over here somewhere. We got a little butcher's cleaver, and there should be an arrow. It's probably on the floor. So that's just a little bit to show skill by the artisan and to give you kind of a easy place to start. So we're going to see if we can put these together. That's going to make a little beginning to our area. And some bell. I'm just matching that up based on the color variation in the piece. Here's the little compass arrow right there. It's the edge of the steamship right there. Edge of a cleaver right there. So I just sorted these out before we started because I figured that's probably the most boring part of doing a puzzle. I've done a couple of really large puzzles, 5,000 piece puzzles, that have had me sorting pieces for 3 or 4 hours, just sorting pieces by color. I don't do it on smaller puzzles because I'm pretty experienced. And it takes a lot of time, so I just find it a little annoying to do. But I do it on the larger puzzles just because it's so, there's so many pieces. So there we go. We got a little square with a bell inside. And that goes up in the sky. I'm gonna move it right over there. For now. Little turtle guy, I guess. This guy's a turtle. Put him together. There we go. Oh, he's got a little bird right there next to him. That one together. Little axe is going to be in the tree. Just hidden away for you to find once the puzzle's all together. It's hard to see these guys when the puzzle's together. So it's just like a little secret between the puzzle creator and whoever put the puzzle together. Right in there. No. So I have for you too, once we get these guys done, I'm going to pull out another couple of puzzles I have to show you the difference between this wood puzzle and the kind of puzzle that you're going to find in the store. The axe guy right there, he's also in the tree. And you can kind of see this is near the road. It's got the same kind of colors as this part right up here. I'm just kind of keeping track of that in my mind so I can build off of it when I start to work on the different parts of the puzzle. get into doing jigsaw puzzles, check this out right here. See some horse's legs right there. So I pulled out a couple of pieces when I was sorting that were horses, definitely horses. I could just hang those guys right on there right now. Ha ha. And he's got a little lead on him, so that's where our man goes. Check that out. We're like halfway done. So I got started doing jigsaw puzzles. I want to say there was a time in my life where I spent a lot of time in hospitals. And in the hospitals, I spent my time and they had big puzzles out to keep you busy while you were waiting, which was a lot of time. And so I started doing those puzzles then, and I just kind of never stopped. I find it extremely soothing and get a really nice sense of accomplishment with a puzzle that, you know, especially I never use a photo. I like to just kind of go off of what exists. So when you start with just a pile of pieces and end up with a completed photo, it's just really a huge sense of accomplishment. All right, so we got our little secret hidden guys all finished. And I'm going to show you just a couple of other puzzles I've got. I've got about 3 dozen puzzles in my house right now, and I've done most of them. I've done this puzzle. It is of Van Gogh painting. It is a Ravensburger puzzle, which I really recommend. So I've got a great size piece and very satisfying to put together. I just want to kind of compare and contrast this puzzle piece. Wait, where's my hand? Right here. This puzzle piece, which is a cardboard puzzle piece that you'll find in most puzzles in the store. This one is nice and thick and a good size. And you can actually see on the edge a kind of comes down on the edge. And that's because the cardboard puzzles are die cut. So they put the picture on top of the cardboard, and then they have a giant die that cuts the entire puzzle all at one time. Now compare that to this piece of wood, which is significantly thicker. So it's got a completely different feel to it. And then the main difference is this give that the puzzle has, this wooden puzzle has some give between the pieces. I pulled this puzzle out for a couple of reasons. This is a Springbok puzzle, and I've kind of got it still together in the box. Springbok puzzles have oddly shaped pieces, so they're not the standard kind of square pieces that you see in a lot of puzzles. You kind of see like little funky sizes. So if you find puzzles with square pieces boring, this is something completely different. But since it's got some puzzle pieces together, you can see, you know, they interlock very tightly. On a wooden puzzle, they had to fit a saw blade between these, a very small saw blade, but there's a little bit of width between the puzzle pieces, where instead of coming down with a die, a saw went through them. This is going much faster than I thought. It took me a little bit of while with my mom to do this puzzle the first time, so hopefully I won't go too super fast. So when I was looking through these pieces, the first thing I noticed with some bold lines. I'm always on the look for lines like this that kind of go through or organize, and it's kind of one of my first starting places. And there's not too many of these pieces, and I can tell by looking at them a little bit more that it's a fence post. My dog is literally on top of me. Excuse me. Take this and go away. Okay. So I'm gonna see if I can't put together this little fence row. Somewhere in here. Some fence. Just a little fence. And then I'm going to look real quick along the edge to see if I can see where this might go right on the corner. No. So it looks like it's set in a little bit. So I'm just going to let that hang out a minute. Let's see, what else did I pull aside? Oh, here's another one. I pulled aside some based on kind of color and texture. It's another thing that I use to differentiate pieces. And looking at it, this might be the roadway or somewhere near there. It's looking near that. There. One of the things I love about puzzles is it rewards your attention to detail. So one of the things I noticed looking at this piece right here, you probably can't see, is there is just a tiny bit, focus on it, not gonna focus for me. There's just a tiny bit of red on the corner. So I'm on the lookout to see if there's anything that matches that. Sometimes there's hints about, which side is up on a piece in the image of the piece as well. So some tips for doing puzzles. It's really great to have nice diffuse light. So an overcast, snowy day like today is really a perfect day to do a puzzle, just for so many reasons. I've actually brought into this room, I've got the nice light coming in from a window, and I've got an additional lamp over here to help with you can see I've got a couple of shadows. There's a light right behind me, and I brought in another light that points at the ceiling. So that's a nice diffuse light, which helps with glare on the pieces. Can be something that's really, can make it hard to do a puzzle when there's too much glare on the pieces. It makes it hard to see the pictures. It makes it hard to see the colors. Let's see, what am I working on now? So now I'm thinking that this might not be the roadway at all. It's something else. Going all the way across here. here's more of that red, but I'm not, now I've found a piece with the red that goes through the middle. So this red is hanging out on the prong, and this red goes through the middle. So I'm thinking that they hook up like that. And there looks like there's going to be one more because there's a little bit up here. So let's see, that is too dark. This one looks more like it. Right in there. Sure thing. You know, I don't think that my dog is taking the treats. I think she's taking them and hiding them and then coming to ask for more. It's not good. See what I've spotted just now? This roadway here matches up with that roadway. When I find something that I'm pretty sure matches up, I like to take one piece off of it because I don't want to move a whole chunk of puzzle if it doesn't end up matching. So I'll take one piece off, and if it fits, then I'll move the whole section. We got every man with our horses coming down the road. Here it is. And now I have just one piece here, and I found some pieces that have this color variation from the foreground with the grass into this horizon area. So that goes there. This is another one. Yeah, I'm looking for that same kind of color variation. It's another one, but not so much. There's one, like green and blue together. Let's bring all these over. These are the ones I'm looking for, the kind of greenish hue to them. This one right here. So there's two main things that you're matching. One is like a color or a photo or the picture, and then the second is the piece shape. I don't know. I do tend to match on piece shape quite a bit, but I don't know how to explain how to do it. Unless you find like a distinguishing characteristic of a piece. This guy has a tiny bit of fence hanging off of him. All right, check that out right there. And I'm actually going to see if this hooks up. Right there, right on. Here we go. When you're moving a section, this works really well with cardboard pieces. I tend to take the edges and put a little bit of tension on them and pull them apart so you can hold all of them at once without any pieces falling out. Pro tip right there. And just drop that in where it goes. Now I'm looking for this piece here, which has the edge of a fence post on it. It's got a little bit of blue and green in it. And maybe a little bit of tree. I don't think it's that one. I think it's this one. A little bit of tree. Teeny tiny bit of fence post right there. Let's see if this is it. Yeah. That's the good feeling I'm talking about. All right, where are we at? So I've got kind of an edge going here, but it looks like this is where a tree starts. So I'm gonna actually try and work down a little bit since I've got some of this foreground already put together. Let's see right here. Got some sticks over here. Got some sticks over here. So I think that those match up. I'm gonna put that section right in there. And you know what? Got some of the same kinds of colors. It's gonna go somewhere in that area. And I'm also got my mind on this bendy shape right here. So if I see something like that, I'm gonna immediately pull it out and try and stick it in that area. Ah, here it is. It's upside down. Matches with the roadway going right up to our horseman coming home from work. Let's see. A single piece right here. Which is not that one. And I am not spotting it. Get this area down here too. So these pieces I'm sorting out kind of go up in this tree area, but I am trying to work towards the foreground of the photo. So painting. So I'll just move those out of the way. So I'm running into a little bit of a block here. This happened to me when I was not doing this in front of an audience. I might shift along to a different section, see if I got any luck in a different area. Or might start arranging pieces. That's something to do if you run into a block. See if you can figure out what the top and bottom is, and then align your pieces so that the tops are all facing one way, and that gives you a little bit of a peek into how the finished image is going to look. Okay, now I think here I'm going to test this again. Just take off this piece that I just put in. I think it goes right here, and it does. So I'm going to do our large section moving strategy again. Ooh, not that one because it holds a little chunk of guy. I'm going to grab all of that, pushing it together. I'm going to pull this one out. Keeps that tension that keeps the pieces together. And slide all those in. So we got like a bunch of the foreground done right now. Oh, we're doing awesome. Secretly, my goal to finish this entire puzzle in the time allotted, which is kind of a tall order. It normally takes me about an hour per 100 pieces of the puzzle. I did, in fact, time myself doing several puzzles to discover this. So for a 1,000-piece puzzle, it takes me about 10 hours to complete that puzzle. Some sticks, some stick lines coming out on that one. And here too, we've got some sticks. That section is upside down and matching those sticks, and the grass is coming out of them. Make it here so you can see it when I'm working on it. So if you're interested in getting into puzzles, I would recommend Ravensburger Puzzles, and I'm going to look up into my closet where I have puzzles and see. Casterland is another very high quality puzzle manufacturer. Both of those are out of Europe. And they make very high quality puzzles with just a range of number of pieces and sizes. Casterland, they have a little bit smaller piece overall, but I really do highly recommend Ravensburger Puzzles for somebody who's looking at maybe doing their first big puzzle. You want to have a nice, Christmas experience with your family. You can get a nice 1,500 or 3,000 piece puzzle and leave it up all during break, and everyone can, come on and try a section of it when you're sneaking some pie late at night. Now, there we go. Match the dark to the dark. And looks like I should be able to do that with a couple of more pieces here. That one there, hook that up. Biggest puzzle that I've done so far. So I've done a couple of 5,000 piece puzzles. The way I do those is on this very same table. I get a piece of plywood and I put it on top of this table so that it's as wide as it is tall, because those puzzles are huge. Work that puzzle. Take me all of winter break to complete a puzzle like that, but makes me feel good when it's done. So on this piece, I noticed a small corner that was cut off, and that matches with the edge of this butcher knife area. But for this winter break, I have a special challenge for myself, which my mother also bought for me. Getting it out here. It is this puzzle. Which I don't know anything about other than it's tied with a piece of string, and it says that it is 7,500 pieces. That's a lot of pieces. It claims to be the world's greatest jigsaw puzzle, so I'm hoping that that's true. I'm hoping all of the pieces are there. Since it used to belong to somebody else. So you can check back in January to see if I have survived the cold winter puzzle season. The other thing I really love about doing jigsaw puzzles is that it takes part of your mind to do, but it doesn't really take all of your mind to do. So I get a very kind of a focus and a zen kind of feeling doing puzzles. So when I was in graduate school, I used to I would work on research projects, and then I would get to a point where, most of my research was done, and I had to get to the part where I had to write a paper, which is not necessarily my strong point. the research was my strong point. That's why I'm a librarian. So I would take a break from all of my outlining and my research, and I would just take a weekend and do a puzzle. And I found that it really helped me get to a place where I wasn't thinking about anything really. Just kind of matching things. I'm pretty certain that goes there. Just gonna wiggle it a little bit. So I wouldn't be thinking real hard. Look at that. How's that? Get a real sense of that painting now. Got bench, or the fence, man, roadway. Next up is tree. This fairy guy's the sky. So yeah, so I would just sit down and do a puzzle all weekend long. And I wouldn't really, you're not really thinking about anything. I like to get my Netflix on and watch a television show I've watched a dozen times before. Put that on in the background. Maybe some anime. And just kind of methodically putting together a puzzle. I feel like this goes a different direction. I feel like it goes this direction. Let's see. It does, right there. It's the middle of our tree. So after, that 10 hours of just kind of not thinking at all, I will come back to my project and I'll have a lot of clarity. And much better success at making progress on my writing. So if your mind works like mine, that's it's an approach that I would suggest you try. Got a long, flat area with a protrusion, matching up this one. It's the same blue-gray color. And we're starting to see that outline of that tree. Now, I'm just matching this blue right across. Let's see all that come together real quickly. My favorite part of every puzzle, I have to admit this, is the sky. Now, I feel like a lot of people don't enjoy the sky because it's all the same. But like I mentioned, the attention to detail is one of the things I love about doing puzzles. So if you're looking at this, you can see it here. It goes kind of blue to white to a little bit bluer. I love just like finding those variations. So like on this piece here, it's a little bit bluer at the bottom. So I know that it is happening, somewhere along this this area. In fact, right there. So I love like looking for those details and finding them. And I have the same with this one. So I think that this section here goes like that. You see the tree is growing up this way, and we got the edge with the blue. There's some honking outside my neighborhood. Very exciting day if you're a dog, every day. We got this cream color with the tree too. Here's another one of those color variation pieces with the blue on one side and the white on the other. So I think that's going to go right in there. Yep. I'm going to look for some more of that. Here's another one with some blue. Now, Oh, this also has a chunk of tree in it. And some cream color. Not sure which side that goes on. I feel like I've run out of things to say. Oh, this might go at the top here. You got kind of a looking at where that core area is. So that might be more towards the top. What else do I have to say about this? This also towards the top. There we go. I'm gonna find these middle of the tree pieces. The dog has come again. Kind of pulling out some pieces that have this middle wider tree section. So hopefully can make them into a tree. Let's see. With these pieces, which I labeled in my sorting as the edge of the sky, where there's a lot of sky, but also, you know, one or two things that maybe didn't quite look like sky, like an edge of a tree, mainly the edge of a tree. Let's see. Let me take this guy out. This guy mentioned. There's a little bird right there. I don't know if you can see it. Let me pull this up. Yay, bird. And the thing about a bird is a bird has a top and a bottom. So if this bird is flying, I'm going to put him where his wings are flying. Take this, dog. Go away. And there's another bird right here who is the same. They might be together, they might not be, but I know that the piece goes this way. Grabbing some other pieces that have a cream color, seeing how that works out for me. It's got a cream color to it. I don't think they go together. These ones might. Just really running out of luck right now. What's my time looking at? About 10 minutes left. These pieces here. These pieces all have blue to cream color variation, so feeling good about those. Filling in some other areas. Maybe get a little bit closer before we run out of time. Yeah. That one, I don't know which way it goes. I guess it goes that way. one by the edge, I can tell that it goes that way. No, so I'm looking for a pointy corner right here. This, maybe this one. I don't think so. That one also has a pointy corner. It goes over there. Ah, pointy corner. And now I'm seeing just a little bit of tree section. I'm gonna look for that one. Find some other things along the way, maybe. Now, I said that I don't like to look at the pictures, but I won't say that it's against the rules to look at a picture, because there's no right way to do a puzzle. The right way to do a puzzle is to end up with the puzzle together, so you can do it whatever way you like. You could do it upside down, you could do it top to bottom, you can not put the edges together. Now, I am really good at puzzles because, I don't know, that's how my brain works. And I can be a little methodical and get a little bit grumpy if I'm doing a puzzle together with somebody else. So if I'm doing a puzzle with my mom, which I do quite a bit, I like to do the hard part. So I will start on an area like the sky, so that I won't race ahead of her while she's working on another area and make her feel bad, or I won't get grumpy about, you know, whatever process she's doing. Like, everyone can do their own thing. I said, I find it incredibly soothing, but my mom swears a lot when she does puzzles. I just have to remind myself that, you know, if she didn't want to do it, she wouldn't be doing it. So that's part of her having fun. You know, if you want to curse at the puzzle while you're doing it, that's also okay, because there's no right way. We are winding up on our time. Yeah, I should have leave this and come back to it with you all tomorrow, maybe. It's unlikely that I will be able to leave this unfinished as close as we are. I just can't resist it once I've gotten started and puzzles hanging out there halfway done. I will just feel compelled to finish the puzzle. So now I want to think that this is two last sections of want that one to be upwards as the tree grows, or it could be out. Got white on this side, blue in the middle, and a little bit more white down here. I'm still not sure where that goes. And the same here, we've got the white in the middle tree out there. And this chunk of white, which goes up in this area somewhere, but I'm not sure where. One thing that you can do when you're working on those tougher areas like the sky, when you got the pieces all together, you can see a little bit better the variation. You can even kind of see this from the camera angle here. So these kind of slightly yellow pieces. These ones are lighter. Pull them out over here. These ones are lighter. This one's lighter. This one's lighter. This one's lighter. And these ones are kind of blue. So it would be hard for me to tell that when I was just looking at the pieces in a box or individually, but when I've got them all next to each other, you can do a little bit better comparison. And you can see by piece shape if there's maybe something that has a very, very specific shape. And see if you can find a matching opposite. Not finding anything really jumping out at me right now, though. I just want to give a shout out to everyone who's been contributing to this stream and anyone who's been watching it. I've been watching it all day. It's been very cool. See everyone's hobbies and see their spaces. If you enjoy this kind of thing, I enjoy all kinds of puzzles. I do the crossword and Sudoku every day. I do cryptic crosswords. Since we've been in lockdown, getting into like English style crosswords. And I watch this YouTube channel called Cracking the Cryptic, which is, if you're finding this stream soothing today, you should go check out their channel. It's just a couple of English guys doing Sudokus, very, very difficult Sudokus, and it is incredibly soothing to watch. Some tree right there. Some yellow going on right there, but also some tree. Let's say this might go this way. No, not there. I feel like this might go right in here. I'm looking at this kind of softer edge of a tree. See if I can maybe put it together from the sky direction. That fits, but it is not fitting as nicely as the rest of the pieces. So I know it doesn't actually go there. It's sad. I like to be really certain that the piece fits before I try it. The way I feel really accomplished when I pick it up and it goes in. We're almost out of time. I'm just going to keep doing this until somebody tells me to stop. So just put some music on for me. Bring me another cup of coffee. I will do this for days. I'm looking for more of this color variation right here. since blue to white. In fact, blue to white is this color variation. Let's end on a high note. Get this section over here. Chunk of tree and sky. I see. Mr. Bo Baker logging on. He's got some good stuff planned for y'all after this. Oh yeah, that looks very cool. I'm excited to turn it over. All right. Thank you all.
Afternoon, everyone. This is Bo at UTC Library, where we're live streaming all day. Relaxation programming for your reading day. And for the next hour, we're going to play with the synthesizer. But before we do that, I want to remind everyone that during this finals, reading day, what have you, we're available to help. Schedule an appointment with us. If you need research help, multimedia help, writing help, if you're faculty joining us and you want to get a head start on next semester and you need any instructional help from the library or materials, let us know. utc.edu/library, and you can chat with us, contact us, send us an email, all of that stuff. But right now we're going to be doing some synthesizer noodling, aka playing around in my office. And today we're going to be playing with the Make Noise No Coast. That's what you've got hanging out in front of you here as we're overlooking Chamberlain Field. If you're home, as in home, out of Chattanooga home. If you're in your office taking a break, see we've got a nice view here. Cloudy here in Chattanooga. A little greenery on the green roof here. And I'm going to dip out here in just a second, but we're going to be running through the Make Noise No Coast. Hitting some bleeps, some bloops. We've got that running through an Earthquaker Devices, Avalanche Run, combination reverb and delay pedal. Control it all with an Arturia key step controller, which has a arpeggiator, sequencer, and we're going to get to it. If you're looking for anything like this, we don't necessarily have this synthesizer available, but we do have a lot of synthesizers available and controllers like the Arturia key step and pedals. We've got some really nice Strymon pedals available in the studio, and you can check those out free of charge, along with all the other wonderful stuff they have up there. I'm not going to talk too much about what we're doing here. Just going to try and make some noises, play with some sounds. And I know this is relaxation programming, but if this machine sometimes makes gnarly noises. And so if it gets too intense, just turn down the volume, count to 10, bring the volume back up, make sure we're not freaking you out, all right? Sometimes I can control this thing, sometimes I can't. Enough chitter chatter. We'll pot up the music and play some synthesizer for the next 50 minutes or so. This last bit is what's known as the Krell patch. Self-generating. You'll notice kind of just let that one play out a good bit. Thanks for stopping by the UTC Library live stream. I'm hanging out here doing some synthesizer noodling this last hour. I believe we've got some digital drawing coming up next.
Hey, Bo.
He might not have his headphones on,
I
Alex.
want to remind everyone out there getting into finals, library is here to help. Make an appointment online for research help, multimedia help, writing help, figuring out how to use the library, figuring out how to link people to materials in your classes next semester, all that stuff. Live stream continues tomorrow. Whole another slate of us showing you what we do when we're not being librarians. Check us out then. And it's not just our hobbies on display. We've got all kinds of puzzles, quizzes, all kinds of stuff on our website. Coloring sheets. celebrities reading you stories, all kinds of stuff. Check back on our website, utc.edu/library. My time is up. Thanks for joining me. Good luck, and thanks for tuning in to our live stream.
Hey, hopefully you can hear me. I'm Yuri Cantrell, and I'm here to do some digital illustration. So right now I have Metabang Pro open, and this is actually a free painting software that you can download. You can use Photoshop or something similar if you're used to that, but with Metabang, it's geared more towards illustrators or people that like that type of brush that's easy to just sketch with. So right here, you can see that I'm working with a few layers. Right here's the background so that you don't see that checkered transparency image in the back. And then right here, I have a group of layers that I just named Sketch. This originally came from an illustration that I did earlier this year that was based off of an enamel pin design. So I sketched around that so that I'd be able to do a full illustration rather than something meant to be a hard enamel pin type with metal. So I also have these named individually so I can always go back to them if I needed to make adjustments. So I'm just going to close that group real fast. And I already named this layer. There's nothing on there yet, but I'm about to begin inking this. So when I start coloring, it'll be a lot easier to work with. Oh, and if you don't already know, I am a huge fan of folklore, yokai, stuff like that. So this illustration is loosely based off of Kitsune. So whenever I sketch, I really like using the color blue. So that's what I have right here. And I'm just going to drop it to something a little warmer to work with my lines. All right. And then with Metabang, it has some pre-made pens or brushes that you can use right here. I'm actually going to go through a couple of them so you can see how that would look in the brush preview. And then if I draw, hold on. Let's see, hold shift. Well, it looks like it doesn't want me to draw while I'm sharing the screen, which is kind of unfortunate. But I can at least go back and forth and work some of the different, well, hold on, let me see if I can actually just use a paint bucket or something. Hold on, let's see. All right, that actually fixed it. Ooh, okay. I was about to be sad if I wasn't able to draw. Okay, so let's try this one more time. There we go. So right now I'm actually using a Gaomon touchscreen. It comes with its own pen and stylus, or, you know, whatever that's called. And it also comes with a artist glove. So my hand won't smear across the screen as I'm sketching. Also, some different types of monitors can pick up touch. So if you needed to zoom in, you could do that with your fingers and stuff. For this though, I'm using keyboard, mouse, and my stylus for this. So right now I have the mapping pen selected. So if I press down, you can see how there's like a few ridges right there. That's going to look pretty nice when I start lining this. All right. So I'm just going to start with the mask real fast. And I'll also show you how you can cut your line or doing line art, the time to do that in half with using mirror or flip horizontally after you draw one side. So I'm going to make the brush a little smaller. You can either go to brush control right here, or you can use the brackets to change the size. So you can kind of see that get a little smaller as I'm hitting that. Also, sorry if you can hear my dog, he's right behind me. All right, so I'm just going to pan right here, zoom in a little. And with these, I like to do gradual brush strokes, and Control Z is my best friend. So let's just keep going with that. Oh, another thing, if working with a sketch layer is still a bit too dark, you can change the opacity so you can actually see the layer that you're working on a bit better. So I'm just going to go back to that and have my other hand resting on Control Z in case I need to go back a step. One thing I do like about having a tablet is you can adjust the pen pressure sensitivity. So right now I'm just doing some quick brush strokes with this. And this might take a second, but the whole thing is to be able to enjoy what you're doing rather than try to rush through it. Oh, but about the pen pressure sensitivity. So right now I can do a very faint one or press down harder. You can also see where it gets lighter or darker. And I really like the taper at the end once I let go. So I'm going to keep working on this. I can also zoom out a bit and then do a larger stroke if I have to. I'll just go back and erase that little section later. Actually, I kind of like the sketchiness of this right now, so maybe that'll stay. Who knows? Another thing you can consider is the line weight. So if I hide the sketch layer right there, you can see how there's a darker, thicker line right here. When adding line weight, that kind of lets something know that that area is a little heavier than the rest. So I might keep that like that. And I want to make sure that this is touching. If you're big into doing line art, another thing to consider is making sure everything is enclosed, because eventually you'll be able to do, what's it called? Magic wand selection or stuff like that. And if you select enclosed spaces, that'll make it much easier to use something such as the paint bucket. So that'll actually make that huge selection, and then you'll be able to fill in that area as necessary. All right, so I'm going to hide that. I think I want a little more weight underneath the ear. Also, whenever you kind of know what you want the thing to look like, you don't necessarily need that sketch layer anymore. So now I'm just going to play around with how I want this to look. I'm going to zoom out. All right, so now we have one side of this mask outlined. So what I can do is make sure that that layer is selected. And then another hotkey is Control J to duplicate that layer. And now I'm going to go to the layer tab, down to rotate, and then flip horizontally. Now you can see that that is split down the middle. I did actually move my sketch layer when I first did the sketch. So what I'm going to do is use the move tool, which is right here. I'm just going to scoot this over. All right, let me zoom in because it looks like I need to adjust that just a little more. See if the chin's okay. Now I'm going to zoom back out. Check that one more time. All right, and I'm actually going to merge. So another hotkey that you can learn is Control E and that's going to merge those layers together. And here you can see that there's going to be some fingers. We don't want that to overlap, so I'm actually going to hit E to erase. That's that tool right here. And I'm just going to erase this area right here. Hopefully you can hear me and I'm not just talking, or just talking to no one in particular, but all right. So now we have that space for the fingers to go. I'm probably going to keep working on this mask real fast. Also, I'm going to do another layer so that we'd be able to, if there were any things like needing to make adjustments or anything like that, I'd be able to do that independent from the line art layer. Oh, hold on one moment. Okay, thanks for letting me know that you can hear me. All right. Let me move chat over in case there's any other things in there. All right. So next, I guess I'll work with the eye right there. And I might change this up just a little bit. So I'm going to hit B for the brush tool. And it remembered the last pen that I used. So I'm just going to stick with that. And I'm going to actually round this out a little more. Okay. And the thing that I mentioned earlier was like a selection tool. Let me first finish this little area up. I'm going to round that off just a little more. Okay, so now I can actually go to this right here, which is the magic wand tool. Make that selection. You can see where it's selected. And I'm actually going to do another new layer because I really like working in multiple layers, and just make that a little bit lighter because I may actually use this as a base, I guess, because I may actually do gradients and stuff for shadow areas. So now I'm going to go to the paint bucket tool, click in there. Oh, hold on, let me redo, hide all of the other layers. Oh, there was actually something right there. So I'll just go back and fix that later. So Control D deselects for you. And since we still have a little bit of area that wasn't completely selected, I'm just going to go back and manually fill that in. I'm typically used to another drawing software called Paint Tool Sci, but that one's been out for a few years, and a lot of people are using other ones such as this Krita, I think that's how you pronounce it, Fire Alpaca. There's a lot of free resources as well as some paid ones, but just wanted to try this one out since this one seems to be fairly popular and has a few other features that what did I say I used? Open Canvas, Paint Tool Sci. Open Canvas is really old now. All right, so now I'm actually going to use the eyedropper tool. You can press I or go to that tool right here. I'm going to swap back to my actual pen color and press B to go back to that brush. Still want to round out that one area right here. All right. So now we have that. Just going to sketch where that nose is going to be. And a little frown. And then the rest will probably be in color. Oh, and it looks like I did use those layers. So hold on. I'll just go ahead and merge those and rename this space do another layer, and I'll use red. All right, so now I'm going to work on these other circled areas. That's going to be the paint on the mask. So let me redo that. Also, there's a thing that you can do, which is called transform. So I'm actually going to do Control T. And then while holding Control, I can actually move that. So just another thing you can pick up. If not, I'd be here the rest of the night trying to do a perfect curved line. And sometimes that just can't happen in one sitting. So I'm going to continue with that. And right now, this doesn't quite have to be perfect. Can always go back and erase. Let me also move this under so that the darker lines are overlapping. I'll go to erase. Make that a little smaller. That's going to take a while with the brackets. I'm just going to go right there. Oh, there we go. All right. Now going to hide these layers. Go back to brush. Just close that space off and then use this tool one more time. It looks like it didn't quite get that one area, but I can always go back and fix that later. And then deselect, go back to brush, and get that one more time. It's been a really long time since I just sketched or colored just for fun. I normally do sketches traditionally and then import them typically to Illustrator and use the pen tool to draw basic shapes or outlines, and then using the fill and stroke to color the rest. So doing things freehand has always been my favorite, but I just haven't really done that in a while. All right, so let's see those lines one more time. And I think I want that to dip just a little more. All right, I think that's okay. And another reason why we want to keep this red layer 10 below this other layer is because this red is also going to go around this eye, and it'll be a lot easier if it's just below that layer. So let me go back to the brush. Oh, also, I'm left-handed, so if you're used to drawing on one side a bit better than the other, you can actually flip that image. And with Metabang, it's really easy. You just have to press the down arrow on your keyboard, and that flips it. So I'm just going to do that. Actually, there's also this selection tool that you can use. That was a little too high, so I'm going to transform and scoot that over just a bit. That might make it a little narrow, and that might actually look a bit better for the end result. I'm going to deselect, and oh, a bit too much. Actually, let's see if I can just, that looks a bit better. Let's see how it looks without the sketch line. I think that's okay. And just to make sure that this tip is good to go. All right. Now I'm gonna hide that and then close this off. Make that selection G for the bucket. I feel like with Paint Tool Sci, it did a bit better on selecting the areas needed. But this is still a fairly fast way to just get everything in one go, minus this one area I'm coloring in. But another good thing about getting these sections just blocked in is you can always use these as the base layer for coloring. So if I need to go back and add some shading, I can make a broad selection of this base color and then color over it. And I won't have to have anything outside of that selection. So one way that you can do that is go to that layer right here where that thumbnail is, where I'm hovering. You can do Control click and that selects the entire colored areas within that one layer. So let me deselect and zoom back out. And check out the sketch. Okay. Now I'll just get the rest right here. Then the ears. And then I should be done with the basic stuff for this one. All right. Okay, yeah, I'm still on that pen. And let me just swap that back over. And since this is fairly small, I'll just go ahead and color this one in. It'll be fine. I think I do like coloring digitally, because if you ever mess up, you can always Control Z to undo that. I'm going to round this one area a little more. I think that looks okay. Oh. So I don't know if you're familiar with Japanese symbols, but there's one called the tomoe, which just means comma. That's kind of this shape right here. And they use it in a lot of different seals and emblems. The most popular one is a 3 comma symbol. Looks pretty cool. And you typically see it on a lot of different artifacts and stuff. All right. This one I'm going to have to guesstimate where that midpoint is. And I kind of liked how this was tapering. I might just bring it in a little more and then erase this area right here. And I'm not going to fill this one in because I want to be able to mirror this, connect those points right there, and then color it from there. So I'll just go on to this ear and I'll actually do a practice run right here because I want to make sure that, oh, I'm still in eraser. I want to make sure that this has a nice arc going right here. Going to shift that to make sure. All right. Kind of lighten that and then go back to this one. Because again, if you're working with something, you want to pretend that it's in like a 3D space. Well, I mean, you don't have to, but it can help make objects look more believable sometimes when you're doing 2D. Because once you go into 3D, or what am I even saying? Once you go into highlights and shading, there we go. Then that will make the illusion of it being 3D. Man, I couldn't word earlier. Okay, so I'm just going to go back to doing the outline. now we don't really need that, so I'm going to delete that layer. And let me zoom out. I'm going to make that selection. Hold on. Let's see if I hide the sketch layer and then. Okay, so it looks like if there's anything overlapping, even if it's on a separate layer, it may still try to do that enclosed space, even with the other layers included. So now just another bucket tool, deselect, and then coloring this part in right here. So usually with kitsune, at least with the foxes themselves, I believe they're typically considered messengers for Inari, I believe. If not, please someone correct me. And let me go back to erase and just fix that one line. And I think I might actually move this around a little bit. So select this area right here, transform. Okay, hold on. Let me exit out of that, deselect, and then merge those. There we go. Let me see if I can just move this a little more. So that's one thing I do like about the transform tool is you can make small adjustments using those anchor points or whatever they're called. All right, so now I have those areas. Actually, with this all being on line art, this will help me a bit more. Let me actually just merge everything from there. Duplicate. And then go to rotate and flip. That looks a little trippy. I'm going to move that into place and make sure everything lines up. All right. So it looks like there's a little cross point right there, so I'm just going to fix that. Then going back right here. For this, I'm just going to erase this one area. Don't really have to worry too much about precision because there's still that other layer. There we go. Okay, and now I can merge that. right. So now I guess I'll work on the hair. So I'll just need to go back to the color of the line art. Get a sample and then go back to the brush tool. With these, I can always just go back and undo if I didn't like the flow of something. And again, another reason why I like to work in separate layers is in case I mess up, easy to just go back and redo it. Or if I cross over two different areas, if I erase, it only affects that one layer. For some of these, it looks like I'm pressing a little harder than on the other side, but that'll be okay. I'll erase that one little area. Oh, and there's my dog. And then right here, I can gradually add shading or something to it, since it'll be on the inside of that ear. Try to do just quick, broad strokes if I can. That kind of helps with the flow of the lines a little better. Sorry, I keep hitting the undo for this one part. All right, now just erase this one little area. I want to give him slight eyelids right here. I know I'm working on the hair right now, but I just wanted to do that real fast. All right. Whenever there's flowy like arcs like that, I really enjoy doing those for some reason. They don't always end up the same though. And I think I like that a little more because it shows that there's more that weight at the bottom. So I'm going to keep that. I'm going to redo that one though. Let's see if I'll have a better time swapping what side it's on. Almost. I feel like it should be a little thinner right here. It looks like it gets thin right there instead. Oh, okay. I ended up liking this one a bit better. Let me swap that back. All right. So that's that one side. I'm going to do the other. That's almost perfect. Okay. I shouldn't say perfect, but this one might take a hot minute. So I'm actually going to do another layer and just warp this a little bit. Okay. And I like that because it ended up making this line a little thicker too. So to zoom in and out, you can do Control plus or minus, or you can also use the scroll on the mouse. I don't know if I like that one. Okay, and hide the sketch. I think I need to add a little more weight right here for some reason. Probably because it was so dark in that one spot. Oh. Maybe that looks better. Yeah, maybe. And flipping it one more time and adding more weight right here. I want to press down hard and I can't draw over that same line. Okay, one more time. And erase. Let's see if that helped. A little bit. Another thing to consider is, so this mask is going to be closer to the viewer than this guy back here. Let me put the sketch back on. So sometimes it's also good to have, oh, didn't mean to do the eye drop. Sometimes it's good to have things closer with a thicker outline compared to that, which is behind. I guess like another way to put it is if you're seeing something that's further away, you won't see as much detail. Lines may be thinner. So just a few things to consider if you're ever wanting to do something like that. I know it might not be as close as other things could have been, but it's still nice to work with different types of lines and playing around with their weight. So I can actually probably do that with these pieces of his hair too. And maybe right here as well. So I'll go back and do that real fast. Actually like the overall look, so I'm going to be using a separate layer one more time. I'm also going back and merging these just to clean up some space as well. So let me see. I think it'll be easier if I do that on this side. And I'm in erase. Wait, no, I'm not. Oh, I actually use the eyedropper tool. All right, so I get that color one more time. There we go. Thicken that. All right. I think that looks all right. Okay, now I'm going to merge this. Do another layer just to work with the eyes. I want to do this separate so I can erase as necessary. So I also drew a little bit of where his eyeshadow will be. Let me open this group back up and you can kind of see that. I did lower the opacity for this, so it'll be a little easier to work with. Oh, I guess when I merged it, it stayed relatively low, so. Wait, just kidding. Hold on, let me bump this up. It was actually on the full group. All right, so I'm going to hide that. I wonder why it keeps trying to make it to where I cannot. Okay, there we go. All right, so, oh, I'm glad that I stopped before I even did that. Always make sure to double check what layer you're working on. Plus with this, I'll be able to flip so that the eyes will stay similar. And then also make a few tweaks so that they're not completely matching as well. So let me start sketching out this area. And I kind of like the roughness around the, I guess it's pupil, iris. So I'm going to see if I can kind of emulate that. And then also add just a few of these right here, just to make it a little creepier. I think that's okay. And then add some cheek scratches. I don't know why these are a thing, but anime characters have them a lot. Then, is this like a tear duct? I forgot what it's called. But maybe it'll look okay. Trying to debate if I should actually angle that a little lower. Hold on. Let me undo that. I think I like it a little better like that. Oh. And I'll just go ahead and close that out. So once I can select and then paste some of that color in there. So I'm actually going to match this, but then go back and darken that. So sample that. Get rid of those others. Creepy eyeball right there. So not that one just yet. Here we go. So it might also not include some of those super narrow areas, but that's okay. I can always go back and fix that. Well, let me hide those for now. G for bucket. There we go. Deselect. And coloring time. I wonder if there's a setting so that it would kind of bleed into the line art so I don't have to color it every time. Can always look that up later. Because again, that was one of my favorite features for Paint Tool Sci, was that ability to just kind of guesstimate that area for you. Okay. Well, actually, I think you can also adjust in that one. Go back to these. All right. And now I'll sample this. Make another layer because you can never have too many layers. And give him some eyeshadow. Kind of looks weird since it's going past the hair. So let me actually drop that down. That didn't look very pretty, but I'm still just going to round out an area. Should I color all of this in? Hold on. I think this will be easier because shortcuts are great. Okay. Let me see if W is the one. Okay. Learn something new. Then G, deselect, and go back to brush. Also, I'm like coloring this in. You can also hold shift, and do you see that line? When you make your next selection, it's just going to go in that straight line. So this might be a little better than what I was doing earlier. Oh. I say it might be, and I'm still having to go back over areas. Okay. Oh no, now his eyeball is iris, pupil, iris. Yeah. I don't like that. I'm going to erase it. Actually, that could kind of outline where that shading would be later on. So I might keep that area at the very least. And then do a slight outline around that pupil. Okay, so let's see if I can group these. So let me go ahead and, oh, I didn't need to make a new layer. Make a new folder. And with that folder, I can click and drag them into those. So when I close it, it stays with that folder. So this is actually going to go back over the hair for a second, but I'll kind of need it. And let's see if we can duplicate this folder, and we can. So now I'm going to flip. Oh, you don't like that. Okay, hold on. Let's see if I can merge. Then you don't like that either. This makes me sad. Okay, here we go. Don't really need this folder then. Okay, now let's see if I can flip you. That is way too much space in between. So let me get that sketch back up. And then if you need the move tool, you can also press V. And you can also hold down shift, because right now I'm able to move it in a straight line. If I let go of shift, this is what can happen. So let me undo that because that looks kind of weird. Okay, shift and then drag into place. Does that look okay? Actually, let me fade this a bit. Yeah, that looks fine. Okay. All right, and let me see if I can also transform. Oh, I wish it was like Photoshop where you can transform multiple layers, I think. But I think for now, those are decent sized eyes. You can scale them up or whatever. Well, actually, let me see if I can do. There we go. Okay, I'm going to select these, merge. Maybe I should do individual merges. There we go. Oh no. Go back to that. Okay, so there's free transform. Let me uncheck that and see if this will. Okay, yay. Because I wanted to make the eyes just a little bit larger. And if it's under free transform, it'll just warp one of those sides. Those actually look a bit too large. So let me go to the selection tool and move it over. Select. Make a note. Oh, no, I don't need that. There we go. Another selection. Move that over. See if that's still a little too high. Deselect. And let me also swap. Okay, that looks fine. Okay, so now I can go back to where the hair is and see where I would need to erase this. So with that layer selected, I'm just going to go through where the hair's supposed to be and erase that. Oh, that was a bit too much. Let me also reduce the size. See if that helps. And get rid of the sketch, because that was a lot going on right there. All right. making some progress, and I probably need to thicken that line for this one strand of hair at the bottom. But maybe it's not too noticeable once there's color applied right there. All right. Let me make sure. Okay, so all of this is supposed to be gone. Oh no, hold on. Go back. Maybe I should use, there we go. No. All right, one more time. There we go. All right. It looks like there's only 4 minutes left, so I'm just going to look back at this. Still have that to line. I might do the hair right here and then a little bit of shading for the nose. So let me go back to these layers. Get a sample. Actually, it kind of looks nice with that red. So that'll be the color for shading. All right. Just going to do lines for now. And then I can go behind that and then do another layer. Lighten this color just a little bit and then color that in. And let me erase. All right, and I guess this will be something I'll be working on another day. So thank you for watching. And again, this was using Metabang Paint Pro, which is a free drawing software. Again, you can work with different layers, apply clipping. I probably should have done that for certain areas, but now I know. And also using a touchscreen monitor with the stylus for this. Also good with adding weight to lines and so forth for pen pressure sensitivity. So I'll go ahead and end this share so it can go on to the next person.
Oh, how cool. Got a whole banner and everything. Hi, everybody. So this is the joy of producing with Julian Quayboss on our relaxation stream. I am happy to be here, getting everything set up just a little bit. All right. I think we're ready to get started. So I'm going to go ahead and share my screen and computer sound. And go ahead and share. All right. Now we're seeing what I'm seeing. Exit out of Firefox. All right. So today I have a pretty preset thing going on for us for ease of access. Kind of want to make a Gorillaz style track, kind of like 2005, kind of like Melancholy Hill, Dare era Gorillaz. So gonna have a pretty standard kick snare pattern. Gonna go ahead and change the colors on these and see what we can get laying down. Let's see. Go ahead and add my metronome, my favorite measurement tool. Helps me stay in time. Okay. Throw down battery. And we have a patron walking up, so give me one moment. Hello. Oh, and just like that, we're back. Had to turn off that metronome because it can get tedious. All right, let's look. Absolutely. All right, we are busy here at the studio this evening. Love to see it. Let's see. Big wave jet.
Oh, I see. It says to actual or fake. Like down here,
Yeah.
it says when did I start, when was yoga.
Okay, let's take that. Make something out of it. Fold it over. Here we go. Right now, I'm just moving around some of the note data that I input, getting it cleaned up. Let's see. Just like that. And I think I'm going to switch around these markers right here. So I'm going to take what I did at the end and put that at the front, and then what I did at the beginning, put it in the back, because that's definitely a bit more transitionary. So let's see here. Put that there. Make sure I do my math right. Ooh, late hit. Seems like MIDI data is a beautiful thing because you can just edit. Get the hits that I want where I want them. Do. Let's run it back. Do this a little cleaner. Do. Let's get it right there. It should be better. Let's see. Yeah. Ooh. Yeah. Dun. love creating my drum groove first so I can get my head bobbing just a little bit so I can start playing around with some chords and some melodies. But let's put that on a loop. All right, so next I'm gonna thumb around with some chords. I'm gonna take one of my favorite tools in the whole Ableton suite, which is the scale tool. I'm gonna set the scale here. Let's see. I usually play in minor keys, but today we're rocking a little major. So, let's see. Gonna go for D major. I'm gonna Google what notes are in the D major scale real quick. All right, we're looking at F sharp and C sharp. But the cool thing about the scaling mode in Ableton is that it automatically inputs those C sharps and those F sharps, even if I don't quite hit the note correctly. It's great for efficiency and just understanding music theory without having to mess your stuff up for not knowing it. I'm going to take the analog lab because I love me some vintage synthesizers. Let's see what I want here. All right, let's see. I want to start with some chords though, so I don't know if I want to. Let's see. No. Oh, I like that. That's gamey. Bow, 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 bow. All right, so let's take that, see what I can do with it. I like the second one more than the first one. Delete that. Okay, so now I'm gonna edit some more MIDI data. Let's get these chords going. I'm just doing little 2-note chords, nothing crazy. And I'll probably put this on like a toy piano or something. It's Gorillaz-y. Yes. Love to hear it. Okay. Let's go legato. Let's see. So I don't want it touching all the way. Yeah, that's better. Okay, and then we're gonna delete these back here. We're gonna duplicate the ones we got because I like them better. Okay, so we've got some chords to kind of lay the framework. Now, I'm just gonna keep layering this loop right here. Hey, yeah. Okay, let's see what else I got on here. Do some synthesizers. Let's Google some. Let's see, Juno, Pad, Mini Moon. Let's look at some of the Juno stuff then. Looks like Damon Albarn uses the Juno. I think we have a Jupiter, not a Juno. Let's see what's in it though. Looking for like some lead. And then let's like see. Kind of got like a dark style going on. Little. What's up, Marlon? Alrighty, all right. Yeah, okay. Just laying some Brico blocks. Yeah, sounds good to me. Let's see. Bring up the piano roll some. Okay, that's a bop. There's a lot of layering that goes on in the Gorillaz music. This crazy synth. So we probably got that going. Now I want like an arpeggio. Types. I'm always looking for that dark style. I create a lot of like goth pop, and this is like this is like an ancestor of goth pop. Just that Gorillaz combining that dark tone with a commercial sound, so good. Let's see what we got. We're about to get some weird combinations of stuff though. From need something that's heavier on the sequence. Okay, let's just beat that. Oh, that sounds so cool. Okay. All right, so we got this going, we got our ARP. Oh, that sounds awesome. All right, so let's take it, loop it. Okay, so now I'm gonna put like, I'm just gonna keep caking. Can always subtract. It's a little harder for me to add while I'm, like parsing the beat out, I think. That sounds so cool. Let's go to my favorite strings right now, and that's the Selena synthesizer. Beach House uses it a lot, and their synths are like heavenly. Let's see what we got here. Okay, so now we're going to turn that scream lead down. We're going to turn the scream lead down a little bit. Or this arpeggio, excuse me. Yeah. Good, stop. This one's quiet. Ooh, why is you so quiet? Oh, it's probably because it's up so high. What's that, Marlon? Gotta find the right thing for this. Let's. There we go. Probably need to slow that down some. Probably just not quite what I'm looking for. Let's look. Let's keep looking. Clear all. There we go. Since it's looking like the CS80, or yeah, CS80. See what kind of stuff we got going on here. We got leads. What's up, Marlon? Well, I'm struggling with that lead right there, so we're going to keep it how it is, and we're going to keep on moving along. All right. Let's go ahead and edit some of this MIDI data. Push it back some. When editing MIDI data, you don't want to put it too on each line because you want to have it feeling like a human played it and not like a robot played it, which is what it would sound like if we just left everything hard and fast. Let's see. Which I used to have a big problem of, but not so much anymore. Still leaning on it sometimes though. So let's listen. Okay, so I think I'm going to add more percussion now. Let's see. I'm going to add more percussion. Keep the lead off right now. Or what kind of bass do I need? Let's see.
Hey, bro.
What's up?
So
All right, let's add some percussion. Let's go ahead and add a little bit of compression to the drums to make them hit harder. There we go. Let's see what kind of percussion we have. All right, swing that a little bit too. And sometimes you just need a little 2 bars of drums because like a closed hi-hat's going to be fairly repetitive, so we can just get it going on a smaller measurement. Make sure everything's hitting on the and because we're doing 8s on a hi-hat. At least on or around. Let's see. Oop. Missing a hit right there. Let's see. I think I want like a ride. Okay. All right, let's see if that's the one. Let's go over to the 909 kit real quick. Drums, not samples, kits, please. Where's the ride? Let's crash, crash, crash. Where's my ride at, though? Detailed. Woo. There we go. Let's try it now. Okay, that's good. Okay. Where we at? Where we at? Okay. So after this, I think I'm going to get the structuring a little bit as we're running closer to the hour. So here we go. Maybe like, nah. All right. Let's go. Okay, I was on the octave thing. I was like, what is going on? I accidentally lowered the pitch with my hand. Woo! So we're looking for a pad, instrument. Let's look at that CS80 again, see if I can, give me like a short pad though. Nah. So with each production, you just want to give it what it calls for. And, you know, I like these piano chords right here. So that's what we're going to go with. And so now I got to do a little bit of naming conventions so we can keep up with everything. So kick snare. Kick snare. Actually, let's just go ahead and take everything. Let's see. And kick snare. Closed hat. Closed hat. Ride. Chords. Ride. Chords. We call this evolving. Call this ARP. It's like a harp without the H. art evolving and this lead. All right, so next up, I'm gonna start getting this beat out. So what we're gonna do is gonna take this and move it all the way over here, and I'm gonna start filling in the beat. So let's see, I'm gonna start with the kick snare and the chords. So let's see what that sounds like. Maybe. Oop, I need to plug my laptop in. All right, let's see. Give it some power so it doesn't die. Actually, it'll probably help the processor. Let's see, and I kind of want to go immediately into a verse here. So let's take this, go for the ARP here. Make this a pretty purple color to denote it as the hook. Oop, that's not purple. Purple. Go some other color for the intro. Do like a colorization is just kind of a fun part. I used to not do it, but it kind of just helps the eyes and helps the organization. If it's just a intro, it doesn't need anything crazy. And then we'll keep the verses just solid black. And so for the verse, I think I want to, no ride, that's for sure. Chords, let's see what it sounds. Let's see what it sounds like with no chords. No, so like this lead, I'm not sure about this lead. Typically, I probably would cut it, but it's there as a device right now. So take the ARP out. Let's see what it sounds like without the chord. Nah, those chords are just too integral. Yeah, that's a good like versey kind of flow. And then what about let's do that. Okay, and now we're gonna throw some reverb on the ride, so we can extend that tail. And then we're also gonna put some delay on it too. Is that on the hi-hat? No. Yeah, that's on the hi-hat. Oops. I think I put the, no. Yeah, I put the delay on the hi-hat. Oops. Slide it over. It didn't sound bad over on that. Though I will say that. Take a tape delay. Let's put that delay back here. Kind of like that. Yeah. It's a good texture. And then let's see here. Okay, and then maybe like that's the first verse. We're starting out with a hook. So maybe a bridge into the chorus. How about that? Okay, so let's do like a 4-bar bridge. Kind of want to do it with just the like evolving. So I like want to slowly add stuff. Maybe like something like that. Nope, not quite. This is 16 bars, isn't it? I think so. All right, so we'll shrink that down to 8. So this is 8. Yeah, how cool. Maybe put that lead in, lower, over to the right. Then we'll do like this right here. All right, so I think we're cleaning up. We're looking at a skeleton of a beat at least. That's not the same purple. Grr. That's not the same purple either. Close enough. All right, team. I think let's play it from the beginning and see what we think. So we'll take out the metronome actually. And let's play it through and then we'll conclude. All right, everybody. Thank you for tuning in to the relaxation stream at the UTC Library. You can check out an array of synths over here at the studio. Today I just used our MIDI Arturia keyboard to use some of my favorite sound selections, and I appreciate y'all tuning in, and we're going to turn it over to the next participant, and I believe that is our colleague and peer, Sarah. So I am out of here, and this has been Julian Quabos with the joy of producing. Thanks so much.
Oh no, I'm upside down. Hi, can everybody hear me, first of all? Me fix my camera. Okay. There. Ooh, some kicking stuff. All right. Can everybody hear me? Okay. Well, I'm gonna go ahead and get started. Oh, my cat came to join me. All right, so my name is Sarah Cantor, and I am one of the okay, great, everybody can hear me. Okay, good. Just wanted to make sure. My name is Sarah Cantor, and I'm one of the studio librarians, and I work in the studio. And tonight, I'm gonna just share some ideas for how you can make your home a little bit more hygge. Hygge is a Danish concept, and you've probably seen it, but if you didn't know how to say it, let me pronounce it again. It's pronounced Hygge. It's spelled Hygge, and it's a lot of times sort of translated in English as like cozy or coziness, but that's only part of it. Hygge is more about, I saw it described on a website as the feeling of comfort, I think was how they described it. And that I think is a pretty good way to describe it. It's not just being cozy, it's also feeling comfortable, feeling safe. It's talked about by Danish people as also being like almost the sense of being loved, which I find very interesting as a concept. I mean, we don't really have a word for it in English that just means the same thing, but I think that it's a concept that's pretty familiar to many people. And at least in America, we certainly associate feelings of hygge with the winter, because it is something that is not, oh my gosh, my cat in the background. I thought there was someone coming in my window. It was just my cat. Nobody panic. It was my cat jumping up onto the windowsill. Oh, that scared me. But in America, like I said, we associate hygge with the winter and being cozy, because that's a time when you want to feel cozy. And also that is something that I think is maybe a little bit more common in Denmark and other, Northern European countries where it's cold all the time. Or, I mean, I think they have summers, but it's colder for longer than certainly here in Tennessee. But we're going to just embrace that feeling of hygge and bring it into our homes this winter. And today's a great day to be doing it. If you aren't in Chattanooga, you might not have known this, but it actually snowed this afternoon. I think it started this afternoon, just, little bits of flurries. So not a ton of snow. It's not like anyone's going to be out building a snowman anytime soon, but even a little bit of snow in November, everybody wants to go and crank their heat up and wrap up in a blanket. And that's kind of what we're going to be doing. So the first thing I'm going to do is make myself a cup of tea, and I already have it in my mug. And I'm just going to pour myself some tea. Warm drinks are also definitely a part of that hygge feeling. And so I just poured myself some tea in one of my favorite mugs. Turn it around so you can see the side. Little raccoon. I love raccoons. That's something, just so that you know that about me. And this is a great evening tea for me. It's honey lavender, and I know it has lavender in it. I think it also has some chamomile, but it's a very soothing and relaxing tea, and it's great for, if you're feeling stressed out, or it's almost bedtime, because I'm old, so it's almost my bedtime. But it's a great evening tea. And it smells so good. I love lavender. Well, there's a reason why I chose this mug and this type of tea, because I love them and they make me feel very cozy and comfortable. And it smells really good if you like lavender. If you don't like lavender, you probably would not like this tea. But scent is also a really big part of, that coziness feeling. Scent is a huge scent is a huge memory sense for us. So smelling things, sort of like when you smell your grandma's cooking, it's like it just hits you. Or when people are trying to sell houses, a lot of times they'll bake cookies or pie because it makes people feel like they're at home. And scent can really take you back so many places. So that's another thing to bring into your house when you're trying to make it cozy and comfortable. Have a scent that reminds you of being cozy. And be careful with your scent. I love scented candles. And a couple months ago, I lit a candle that to me was like, oh, this is my comfort smell. I love this smell. And I got so upset. I was just on edge and like feeling so upset that day. And I realized it's because the last time I had burned a candle that had that same kind of smell was a period when I was under a lot of stress, and it just brought it all back to me. And so you have to be really careful with the smells. In Denmark with Hygge stuff, they're very big on natural smells. And if you want your house to smell like pine or something, you bring in pine branches so it smells like that. And I don't have any of those. So I'm going to use, again, because scent is so important, I'm going to light a candle. Candles are very important to Hygge. So I have a candle with a wooden wick. It's brand new. I just got it the other day. And I'm going to light it. And so now I have a candle, and I'm going to have the scent of hearth and pine. It smells like pine trees, basically. And because it's one of those wooden wick candles, I'm going to have that sound of, crackling wood. So it's almost like I have a fireplace going. I don't have a fireplace. I live in an apartment. So, this is the closest I can get, besides putting on like the Yule log video on Netflix or something. But you do what you have, you do what you can with what you have. So if that's what's going to make your fireplace for you, that's going to make your fireplace. And so now I have some of my elements already. Lighting is also really important for that sense of warmth and comfort. So rather than using your overhead lighting, if you have the option to not use that, lighting some lamps or even using like string lights can create a much cozier ambiance, let's say. Lighting is so important because when you have those really bright, harsh lights, it's like you are, in a doctor's office or something. And we don't want that. We don't want that when we're trying to feel cozy. So now I'm surrounded by some cozy tea. It's really hot, but I like it. It's good. And I have my candle going. And so now I'm going to do some other things that can just really amp up my coziness in here. So another important part of being cozy is having things that are comfortable around you. So I'm going to stand up. And here, I'm not sitting on an office chair. I'm sitting on a comfortable chair, and it's a nice little velvet chair. One thing I like to do is bring in different textures. So I have this faux fur blanket, and I'm going to put it on my chair. And that's going to also help me maybe stay a little bit warm. And show you some other examples. So I never put my heat on practically. I hate having the heat on. So I really like to layer up. I have all kinds of blankets all over the place in different textures and different like weights and different materials so that I can be warm. I always put off turning my heat on as long as I can, although I don't know. Today was kind of cold, so I'm thinking about turning my heat on. And having these things around me, it also makes that sense of comfort, because remember, it's not just about being cozy. And there's no like one ideal of coziness. It's what makes you feel cozy. And for me, having it be cold, but having a blanket on or an extra sweater on or something like that makes me feel more comfortable and more cozy and more hygge. And I also like to do crafts. So if you're watching earlier, I did some embroidery, and I'm going to show you a couple other crafts that I've done that I think really help make things a little bit more cozy and hygge-like, which is not me mispronouncing the word that in Danish that means, well, hygge-like. I don't know how to pronounce that word. I think it's something along the lines of hygge-lik, but I don't think it's quite that. So hygge-like, hygge-ish, whatever you want it to be. So I like to make crafts, and I always have tons of yarn around because I like to knit a lot. And so I like to use up yarn, especially when I have extras from a project. And so this is an example of something that I made that to me is just super hygge. And it's a garland that I made. It's all twisted up. And it fell off. I had it on a doorway and it fell off a few months ago, and I hadn't put it back up yet, but I think it's time, because having these sort of textile materials makes it feel so much more cozy, especially once it gets cold. And for this, I just made pom-poms or pon-poms or pom-poms, whatever you are used to them being called, with a bunch of different yarns that I had. And I just wanted to get rid of some of the yarns. And it's super easy to make a pom-pom. Let me show you. I have some yarn over here. I'm going to work on a different yarn project. But we can make a really quick pom-pom. So this is some yarn that I have. And it's not coming from the right side, but see, we can, this is called a center pull ball or skein. I think this is technically a skein. And it should have an end in the middle so that we can pull it, but I'm having trouble getting to it. Let's see. Uh-oh. I'm pulling apart my whole thing of yarn and I don't want to. Okay, that's all right. You know what we're gonna do? Stick this back in. Just like Bob Ross says, there's no mistakes, only happy accidents, and nobody can tell now. But I'm gonna take off this paper wrapper, and now I'm gonna unwind a length of my yarn, and I'm not gonna cut it yet because I don't know how long this piece needs to be. I'm just gonna make a pom-pom with it. Right. So you can do this. There's things called pom-pom makers, and I have some, but I couldn't find the ones that fit this size of yarn. I could only find the really teeny tiny one. So it wouldn't really work so well with this. But you can do this with a fork. You can also do it with your fingers. So I'm going to just wrap this yarn around and around my fingers. I had planned to do a different project with you tonight, but I didn't get started on it early enough. So hopefully this stuff will finish cooking and I can show it to you. But I was going to show you how to make a really nice like garland with some citrus fruit that you can hang up. That's great for winter in general or for the holidays. And the fruit is taking a lot longer to cook than I thought it would. You kind of just bake it, you know, like a barbecue, low and slow. And then you string it up, and I'm going to string mine with some rosemary to get that kind of woody smell as well. But I didn't start it soon enough. So hopefully it finishes soon. But anyway, I now have a nice little hunk of yarn, and I'm going to cut the yarn right there. I'm going to trim that. And then I'm going to take another piece of this yarn. This is maybe a little bit more than 6 inches. And I'm going to wrap it around the center of this little clump of yarn. I don't know. I've been knitting for so long and I don't know if there's a term for this sort of thing. But anyways, I like to wrap my yarn twice and pull it really tight so that I know that it's nice and secure. And so I tied it once, and now I'm just going to make sure that it's centered. All right, this looks a little bit more centered to me. And now I'm going to tie it again, nice and tight. Right? And now I have these 2 little pieces, and I have all these loops of yarn. And now I'm going to take my scissors, and probably you'd want to use bigger scissors than these, but you have a bigger pair of scissors. Let's see if they work. All right, so I'm gonna just go through and trim or snip. I don't know, because I'm not really trimming, but I'm gonna cut all those loops. And see, this is a little bit easier with a bigger pair of scissors. My scissors are not great. So sometimes they struggle, but they're getting the job done mostly. All right. So now I have one side all cut, and now I'm going to cut the other side. And it's really important to make sure that you have enough yarn looped around, because nothing is sadder than a scrawny pom-pom. And I have a couple more. All of them. And now you're just gonna fluff it. And so I have these 2 longer pieces. That's where I tied my pom-pom. And so now I'm gonna fluff my pom-pom. I had a couple that weren't cut. And honestly, to me, this is a little bit scrawny. I like a really thick, dense pom-pom, like this one, for example. But this will definitely get the job done. And then, again, I just want to make sure it's all nice and fluffed up. You just go through, and this is where I like to use a smaller pair of scissors, and you just trim the pieces of yarn so that they're all about the same size. You don't want it to get too sloppy looking. Just trim all your pieces. And I like to keep these 2 longer pieces so you can trim them to fit. But depending on what I'm doing with the pom-pom, I like to hold on to those longer pieces so that then I can attach it to something. So I'm not going to fully attach it to this garland because it doesn't fit the color scheme of yellow, gray, and teal. Although I guess I could just make a whole bunch. I think it still kind of goes. But teal is the contrast color here. So now all I have to do is, can't see it, tie my pom-pom onto my string. And in this case, it's just a simple single crochet piece of yarn. And then I would trim these. See? And you can sort of tell, I think, that this was made differently. All of these were made with pom-pom makers, so they're a little bit more consistent in size and density. But if it's hanging up, nobody can tell the difference anyway, so who cares? And there you go. Now you have this really easy pom-pom garland. I love making garlands, and these are super easy to make. You can make them with any string or yarn that you have. You don't have to spend a ton of money or anything like that. And this makes great just decoration for your house in general. If you do really small pom-poms like this size, I think, well, I guess it depends on your Christmas tree, but you could use this on your Christmas tree. I would probably stick with these smaller little pom-poms. But it's super easy. And then you have some decorations that you made and you can feel proud of. And that's one of the things that for me, I like the best about Hygge stuff. So let me see. I'm gonna check out our chat. So if anybody is watching on YouTube right now and wants to chat in, I actually have 2 different crafts that I was debating doing. Well, I had the one I wanted to do, but I don't think that's going to happen. I don't know, maybe I cut my fruit too thick, but for the concept, I'll just explain it. Basically, you take some citrus fruits. I used 2 oranges and a lemon, and I sliced them about 1/4 inch thick, and then you bake them just like a barbecue, low and slow. So around like 200 degrees until they're all dried out. And then once they're dried and cooled, you can string them onto a garland or a piece of string. Let me see. So I have this string that I was planning on using, and it's just a simple twine, but it has some silver thread on there, and you can use any string you want though. And then you just tie it on there, and then in between the fruit slices, I have some sprigs of rosemary that I was going to also do. So I have 2 craft ideas instead. So the first one is to make a wall hanging using some embroidery hoops. If you don't have embroidery hoops, anything round like this will work. Like if you or someone you know makes wreaths, I think you can a lot of times find just like wreath forms that are pretty simple. And then what I'm going to do is take these 2 colors of yarn, and I'm going to wrap them around the embroidery hoops. And then I'm going to connect the embroidery hoops. So one sits in the middle, and then I'll have a nice little wall hanging that's super easy to make. And these are things that I just had around my house. If you don't have them, it's okay. I also have this kit that I was thinking of making to make some felt succulents, because bringing the outdoors in is super Hygge, but some of us are not very good at keeping plants alive. I do want to brag. I have one succulent that I have now managed to keep alive for, I think it's been about 4 months, maybe around 5 months. And I'm super proud of myself. It spent most of that time outside on a windowsill. So I don't know how much of it is me. We'll see if I can keep it alive through the winter. So that's why I like to make like plant stuff out of other materials. But I think today I'm going to go with my yarn wall hanging. And I'm going to start by just taking some of this sort of heathered, I don't know what color this is. It's sort of a it looks, I think, rusty red on camera, but it's a little bit more of like sort of like a mulled wine to me. I don't know, but it goes really nicely, I think, with this mustard color. So I'm gonna cut some pieces of this darker reddish yarn, and I'm gonna just eyeball it. That's one of the things about these kinds of projects. You don't have to be super exact. And I'm gonna cut them on the longer side. So I'm just gonna cut this piece right here. And then I'm gonna just keep going, and I'm gonna cut a bunch of pieces of yarn this length. Actually, before I do that, let's see, because we're gonna be doubling it. So to double it, you fold it in half, and then, there we go. And then you take the looped end and you put it through embroidery hoop, and then it hangs down. And let's see, it's kind of hard to tell without anything being on here, but I think this is a good length. So I'm going to use this. Excuse me, I'm all sniffly tonight. Sorry. All right, and so now I'm going to just cut a whole bunch of these pieces of yarn. I think I actually am going to make it just slightly longer. Set this piece aside. All right, so this is about 4 inches longer. So it's going to be just a little bit longer. And now I'm going to use it as sort of a template, I guess you could say. And I'm going to just keep going. And this is, like I said, a super easy project. If you have these materials, you can honestly probably make this in a matter of hours, certainly in a weekend. And it's a great way to take like a study break. I hope you're all feeling good coming into finals on Wednesday. When I was in college, I would do these sorts of craft projects to help myself de-stress from finals. I would, go to the library and write a paper, which I shouldn't say that because you can't do it, but I would, write my paper or whatever, and then I would take a break and I would go home and I would make something instead of like watching TV or something like that. I would work on some sort of little DIY project, just something small and easy. And then, I felt like that helped me, keep my focus on my studying or my writing a paper or whatever it was, and not get too distracted, watch, whatever movie was popular when I was in college. Let's say Love Actually. That was definitely popular when I was in college. And another great bonus is if you're like me and you like to make gifts for people for the holidays, this is a great way to make some easy gifts. People love it. They never expect that you made it, which is fantastic. They look at it and they say, "This is so good. You must have gotten this at some expensive boutique store." And you say, "Yup, but you made it." And then when you tell them that you made it, they usually at least appreciate it even more because it came from you and it came from the heart. Now I keep having to unwind yarn from this skein of yarn, and this is why you should try to pull your yarn from the center, but I couldn't find the center end, so we're doing it the hard way. But when you have your yarn in a center pull ball, it's super easy. You just pull it and you don't have to keep picking it up or anything like that. And I'm kind of just eyeballing this because this is a project that I'm making. I don't have like a pattern for it or anything like that. And you can do so many things with just these kinds of materials. Like I said, I'm just going to be looping my yarn around. I'm thinking about maybe doing something a little bit more decorative. So maybe taking my loops, and this is a little bit like macrame, and then tying some of them together just to make it look a little bit more interesting. One of the cool things about these kinds of projects is, first of all, you get so much yarn in a skein like this. This is, I think, probably at least 150 to 200 yards, maybe even a little bit more. I'm not sure. And I'm definitely not going to be using all that for this. So if I really, really royally screw it up and it does not turn out how I like it, I can always take it apart and, redo it if I want to. It's also just basically pieces of string. So I can always untie it if I don't like it and just take it apart, redo it. Super easy. All right, so I'm going to start now. I'm going to hold one of these. I'm going to set it aside so that I have it in case I need to cut some more. And then I'm going to take, I think I'm going to do 2 at a time just so that my hanging is a little bit thicker. All right, and again, I'm going to fold it in half. take my hoop, and then I'm going to take the loop side and I'm going to bring it up into the center and then fold it over and pull the hanging side down. And now you have just a little loop right here. And I think it's pretty good. And I definitely like doing it with 2 pieces of yarn at a time. So I'm going to keep doing that. And I'm going to fill in the sides, but I want to keep this silver part at the top. So this is an embroidery hoop. And if you were watching before, I was doing some embroidery earlier this afternoon. And this comes apart so that you can put fabric in it, but we're just going to use it to attach to our larger hoop. So I want to keep it at the top. And again, and so I'm just going to go through and loop all this yarn around. And the important thing is to make sure that you do it all the same way. Like this time, I did it the wrong way. So you can see this is I'm going to call this the front end or the front side of the loop, and this is the back side. And I did it the wrong way. So like I said, though, this is super easy to fix. You just take it apart and then loop it the right way. There we go. Now they're both facing the same direction. And I'm going to just keep doing that. Like I said, these kinds of projects are super easy. They're relatively inexpensive. You can find, a lot of times you can find embroidery hoops and yarn at thrift stores if you are looking to do this, on the cheap. You can also, like I said, use other materials. You don't have to use embroidery hoops. So if you go to like the dollar store, a lot of times they'll have materials to make wreaths and stuff. I have never made a wreath. That's not something that I know how to do. But I've definitely seen those sorts of materials there. And you can buy one of those, or I guess 2 of those. You could do just one loop or hoop or whatever. Or you can buy 2 of different sizes so that you're doing the same kind of project that I am. And it doesn't take that long. So see, look, I've only done like 5 of these, and I already have a pretty decent amount of my hoop covered. I'm only going to go to the sides. I'm not going to go all the way around or anything. You can definitely do that. Yeah, I'm definitely going to need more yarn for the amount of coverage that I want. But it's super, super easy. I love nothing more than doing a nice, easy DIY craft project on a winter's night. This is definitely the kind of stuff that when you're not studying for finals, you can totally do in front of the TV, or just put on a movie, or, watch maybe a long TV show, not like a half-hour show, but, something a little bit longer than that. And it doesn't take that long. But it's very fun, and at the end of the project, you feel so accomplished, which is great. That's a great feeling. And I'm getting towards the end of what I have cut. So I think, let me see, how many more? I have 2 more. I'm actually going to just attach these 2, and then I'm going to get started on the larger hoop, just so that you can see what that looks like. So I have my yarn attached, and this is where you can start customizing it if you want to. Again, you can have this go as much as you want, but I want it to be pretty centered. And one of the things I mentioned I was thinking about was maybe just tying some of these together. So taking, like in this case, I have two of the knots right here, and I took the two center strings and you can tie them together. And this is basically what macrame is, doing different designs with your knots. I don't really know how to do macrame. I know the concept, but I'm not that good at knots. But then, so here, just so you can see it, I have these two tied together, and then I have right here, there's that knot in the center. And so these are also going to sort of stick together. And you can keep doing that with all of them going across if you wanted to. It's totally up to you. Like I said, these kinds of projects are super customizable. If you start doing this, and I would recommend deciding this before you get all the way down doing knots. But if you decide you don't like it, it's just knots. You can just take it out. Like I said, Bob Ross, happy little accidents. When you accidentally smeared your paintbrush, that's okay. Now it can be a cloud or a tree or whatever. Same thing here. If you don't like it, you can just undo it. There you go. And so that's my inner hoop. And now I'm going to get started with this yarn. And this is a little bit of a thicker yarn. So if I hold these up, you can see that it's about twice the thickness of the red yarn, which I think is going to look really good having that gosh, I can't think of the word. That like difference in size. I don't know. So now I'm going to just cut my yarn. So I have this. I only cut through one piece of it, and I'm going to keep going. Just like I did before, I'm going to just cut a bunch of pieces of yarn, all the same length. And do this for a couple minutes. Although I kind of want to jump ahead just so you can sort of see a little bit of what it's going to look like. So I'm going to just do this pretty quickly, as quick as I can. And you can see here, so this is a center pull ball of yarn. This is a yarn that came unwound, and I wound it on a ball winder, which makes a center pull ball, which makes it way easier to use. All right, so now I just have a couple of these. I'll go back and do some more. So again, I'm going to take pairs, and I'm going to do the exact same thing I did before. I'm going to loop them through my embroidery hoop, again, keeping them centered. And again, make sure that you're going the right way. For some reason with this, I keep going on the wrong way. I think because I'm doing it on a hoop. I've done these projects before, but usually I'm just like a straight stick or piece of wood. And so I don't have, it's easier to tell if you're doing it the right direction or not. All right, so now I can always go back and add more later, but I want to have my hoops layered so that it's going to look like this. And as you can see, this red yarn is a lot longer than my orange yarn. So I'm probably going to cut this, I think, to be more like about this length. But that's something that you can decide once you get to it. And then I'm going to take the orangey mustardy yarn, and I'm not going to cut it. I'm going to just take a piece, and I am going to hold my two hoops together, and I think I'm going to sort of layer it like this. And so I'm going to take my yarn, and you can see here on the hoops, there are these metal brackets. I want to cover those with the yarn. So first, hard to do with only 2 hands while holding it up. So I'm gonna just lay it down there, and now you can see it. So I'm gonna take my piece of yarn, and again, I'm gonna pull this up so that it's more layered, and I'm gonna tie the short end around. And actually, I think I will maybe have to cut my yarn because I don't think, oh, it will fit. Okay, and then I'm gonna just wrap it around. If it's now you can't see. If it's easier, you might want to cut the yarn, but leave yourself a really long piece. And I'm gonna hold this cut end so that it's gonna get wrapped up. And I think, yeah, I'm gonna take this and I'm gonna just pull out a whole bunch of this yarn. Let's leave it here for now. So you can always add more, and if this is too long, you can always cut it. And I'm gonna just sort of ball it up in my hand so that it doesn't get too tangled as I go. And I'm gonna just wrap it around. And all right, I'm gonna tilt this back down. You can see what I'm doing. And I'm gonna keep going. Again, I want to make sure that this end is covered. An easy way to do this might be to put your yarn on a needle if you wanted to, if you're having trouble getting it around, but I think this is easy enough. And so as you can see, oh, my end is getting away from me. Oh, there we go. But here. All right, and then you just keep going around and around and around. And I'm gonna leave this part out. So I'm not gonna cover it with yarn because that's how I'm gonna hang it. But if you don't like that, you can always cover it if you were doing this kind of project. And let's see, I'm gonna actually pull this down. So another thing you can do to make it a little bit easier, I think, is to do your wraps. And then you can always shuffle them down so that they're covered. And you can make this as long as you want, as thick as you want. But there we go. Now I'm gonna just shove all of these down. So I have my metal parts covered, and then I'm gonna do the other side. And this is gonna start being a little bit more even as we go. And I'm doing it with my right hand, but it's a little bit harder because it's the kind of thing I would do with my left hand. But this way I'm holding the end that I want covered. And then I want to make sure that it's pretty dense. Oops. And this is why we hold all the yarn in our hand as we go, unlike what I just did. Oh my gosh, what a mess. Okay, here we go. And you just keep going and going. And really, like, you know, all I have to do is add some more of this mustard yarn to the bottom hoop, and then I'm done. And I did this all in less than half an hour so far. So like I said, this is a really quick and easy project. And doing this is going to add that warmth and that sort of sense of coziness and comfort to your space. It's super easy. And you don't need to know how to do a lot of stuff to do it. So this is great to decorate, you know, all year round, or just in the winter. You can do it in different colors, pretty much anything you want to do. And so now I'm actually going to go back because I want to make sure that it's really nice and tight. I'm going to go back to the other side, and this just makes it look a little bit thicker and maybe more uniform. But now I think that's pretty good. So now I can cut this. Actually, first I'm going to tie it off. So I'm going to take my long piece and actually I'm going to leave like that much, right? So I'm going to set that rest of this aside and then I'm going to just tie it off and I'm going to do it a couple of times to make sure that it's really tight. And now I have this string. I don't want that. Remember I covered up that other one because I didn't want it hanging out. So I have, don't look at my cat food. My cat won't come eat it. She's so camera shy. So I have, this is what's called a tapestry needle. It's really thick. You use it in things like knitting to weave in your ends. I think probably for making tapestries too, because it's called a tapestry needle. I don't really know much about that, but it's not very sharp. See, it's not basically sharp at all. It has this nice big eye, so you can get your yarn through it. And let's pull this up. Just, this is a pretty thick yarn, so it doesn't all want to go through, but we'll get it. All right, there we go. So now I have it through here, and then I'm gonna just slide my needle in through this yarn that I wrapped. And there we go. And now I can trim it. And now you can't see any of the ends. And so now I'm going to go back and I'm going to just cut some more pieces of this mustard yarn. All right, so I have some pieces here and I'm just going to keep going. I'm going to use the rest of that piece that I already cut. But like I said, it's super easy. It's super relaxing. And to me, that's really what hygge is. It's not the like things that are around you, but for me, it's making stuff. For other people, maybe other things. It might be sitting around a fire with your friends, you know, talking or whatever. You know, it can be whatever you want it to be. And this one is a little bit short, so I'm going to set it aside. But then, yeah, you just keep going and going and going until it's done. Let's see. Keeping an eye on the clock. Making sure that I don't have any oranges catching on fire in my oven. It doesn't smell like it. It just smells like hot oranges. It's a weird smell. Don't know a better way to describe it. But now I'm gonna take some more of these pieces of yarn and I'm gonna loop them around my larger hoop. Make sure I go the right way again. And I would recommend making it at least as wide as your top loop. But like I said, you can always go back and change it and make it however you want. And remember, with this yarn, if you're using yarn like mine, this yarn is thicker, so you don't need as many pieces to get the same width. Probably, maybe you need about half of it. But you can make it look however you want. You can use whatever colors you want. These are just some colors that I had that I thought looked nice together. But if you have like a certain color palette you want, you can do it. And you know, this is great too, because remember, like, you know, here we definitely associate hygge with the winter time, but it's not necessarily a wintertime thing. If you've ever seen I think it's called The Little Book of Hygge. It's I can't remember the author's last name, but I know that his first name is Mike, but it's spelled, I think, M-E-I-K. And he talks about, you know, basically what hygge is and what is hygge, like in terms of, you know, the feelings, but also the instances. And one of the things that he talks about is how hygge is not just winter in Denmark. It's also like having a barbecue in the winter, which I think what they call barbecue is maybe what I would call like a cookout. personally, but you know, when you're grilling basically. All right, so now I'm gonna just stop here so I can kind of show you what it looks like. But if you look from the other side, my orange is almost as large is about as wide as my red. And so now I'm gonna start trimming it, because if you look, and I'm gonna look especially at this red one, it's all like different lengths down here, which, you know, can be a vibe, but it's not the vibe I want. So I am going, here we go, to lay out my wall hanging and make this as straight as I can. And I'm gonna just comb it kind of with my fingers. Okay, and then I'm gonna go through, and you can tape this if you want to. I'm not going to, but it can be a good way to keep it a little bit tidier for cleanup. And I'm just gonna go through, and I'm gonna listen to that ASMR scissor sound. I love it. I'm just gonna cut across and make this as straight as I can. There we go. So now I have it, and it's a lot shorter than it was, for one thing, and you can see more of the orange behind it. And then again, just trim across the orange part, and here you go. That's a nice little Hygge DIY that you can do, honestly, in a matter of hours, if you wanted to, but it's totally up to you. You can also find anything else that, you know, you want to do. Maybe for you, being comfy and cozy is more about like wearing a nice thick sweater or something. So a good Hygge project for you might be like tie-dyeing a sweatshirt or something like that. And that's still Hygge, because remember, Hygge is not one specific thing. It's not one only vibe. It is about a sense of comfort. So your sense of comfort might be different from mine, and that's okay. All depends on who we all are as individuals. But again, some of the takeaways for, you know, just having a nice Hygge space, and it can be any space. It can be your whole house. It can be your bedroom. If you live in the dorms, it can be your dorm room. It's totally up to you. You know, again, whatever Hygge means, whatever comfort means to you. And you can do it really easily. A couple other things to look for, you know, if you have access to like tree branches, like whether it's, you know, maybe you like pine or something, especially in the winter, or eucalyptus is a good one. Again, if you like that kind of aromatherapy vibe, eucalyptus is a good one, or lavender, you know, whatever you like. You know, just getting some tree branches and putting them, you know, you can hang them on your wall. I mean, I guess it depends on how heavy they are and how big they are. You can put them, if you have a mantle, you can put them on a mantle. You can, you know, hang them from a door frame. You have all kinds of options when you are trying to make your space comfortable, because it's all about you and what you feel comfortable with. Now, I think I'm gonna do one more, and then I'm gonna start putting these on my hoop, and then I might just about be done. One thing, if you are doing this kind of project, this yarn is a little bit, as you can see when it is looped on here, it's a little bit almost like curly, like kind of wavy curly hair. And if that happens to you, what I recommend doing is just before you cut it, just leave it up, like hang it up, and then it'll sort of straighten itself out. Or you can just go with it and use that different sort of texture, especially compared to the yarn above it that's a little bit more just straight. And yeah, if you have any other questions, if you ever want to talk about cozy vibes, just stop by the studio during the semester, and I am always happy to talk about it, or like craft projects in general. You know, that's, oops, I just dropped my scissors. Luckily, everybody is fine. They didn't land on me. But you know, don't do that. But you know, if you are into like craft projects, I mean, that's not something that we typically do in the studio, but it's something that I do, and you are more than welcome to stop in if you ever want to talk about making stuff with yarn, whether it's knitting or making these sorts of wall hangings or whatever it is. I'm always up for yarn chat. And again, you can just stop on by. You can email me too if you have questions, or you know, you want to know like more about a project that I did today or something like that. You can email me. My name is Sarah Cantor, and my email is up on the studio website. I would just give it out, but I don't imagine that that's going to be any easier than just telling you where you can find it, you know, and maybe might lead to, if I just spell it, you know, or say it, it's going to maybe be more spelling mistakes in that email. But I think we're just about done. And look at that. This is a nice little project. I might go and add a little bit more, just so it's a little bit fuller looking, but here you go. And this is also great if you know, like the idea of a dream catcher, but you don't want to, you know, have a dream catcher because it's, you know, not your culture or something. This is something that's going to look pretty similar, but doesn't have, I think, those same you know, issues of cultural appropriation. So there you go. Oh, I'm so pleased with this. You know, I wasn't really sure if how much I'd be able to get done. Like I said, I had a totally different project in mind, but I think this worked pretty well. So if you want to know more about the citrus and rosemary garland that I was going to make, you can also shoot me an email or come visit me in the studio, or, you know, whatever. I'd be happy to tell you exactly how to make it, and maybe give you an idea of how long it actually takes to dry out some citrus fruits, because it took longer than I expected. But I think that's just about it for the night. So good luck with your finals, any finals you have left. Good luck, and have a good rest of your reading days and a good break once it starts. Don't forget to come back tomorrow starting at 11 o'clock. We are going to have some more live streaming, and tomorrow, I'm just looking at the schedule. Tomorrow we're going to start out at 11 o'clock with some slime making. So that sounds pretty cool. And we're going to have all kinds of things throughout the day, from making biscuits to knitting, to making masks, to making 3D models, to doing puzzles, things like that. So come on back tomorrow and we can do some nice, relaxing hobbies and crafts again. Well, have a good night.